Hey there, all you beautiful people. Hope you're having a great afternoon. I've actually had a pretty good one myself. I got some things accomplished around the house that I've been trying to do forever. Hey, Unicorn, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you back. Glad to have you. Mr. Big Rick, how are you, you big beautiful beast, you? Oh, Mr. Red Eye. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Great to see everybody here. I finally got, some you may not know, I've had a high pressure valve leaking on my water heater now for almost a month. It's been watering my yard for me. I finally got that fixed today. I feel really good about that. Finally. It took me like 15 minutes to fix it, but it took me like 3 weeks to get the damn part. Recovering from Big Rick's last stream. Yeah, he can get a bit crazy sometimes. But that's all right. That's why we love him, right? Yeah, glad to have you guys. We don't have any big plans today. I was actually catching Warpath stream a little bit earlier, and he was at a really cool place to get some really rare raw materials. We fell a little short yesterday finishing up some gathering and doing our engineering on that little eagle we were building. So I figured we'd hop out here, we'd check out this new system, we'd BS a little bit and kind of see where we go from there. We do have Jackson with us today for a little bit. I don't know how long. Mom's not here. She's working, so he'll be in here for a while. We'll see. Hopefully he doesn't get too annoying. But we love him all the same. But yeah, yesterday was a really great stream. I really appreciate you guys. Especially for all you guys that rated yesterday. It helped out so much. Man, it made a big difference. Really love you guys for that. Yeah, 4 glasses, so not fully lit. Oh, did you guys do a little adult beveraging yesterday? I did too, a little bit, but my sister came into town, so. And I don't see her that often, so I'm glad she came in. But I'm glad you guys had fun. Hopefully we're going to have a little more here today. I actually today, unless something comes up unexpectedly, you guys are it. You guys are my day. And I'm thrilled about it. So what we did, like I said earlier, I caught Warpath stream a little earlier, and he was talking about this system, and it's a little ways away from the bubble. I'm in my jump exploration anaconda, and I figured we'd come out here and see if we can get some of those grade 5 materials, and we can trade those down and get our other stuff. I don't know, we're gonna try it. I usually would just go to Planets and stuff and get the materials, but if we can just get a bunch of grade 5s, because according to what he was saying and what I was seeing, you can hit up these biological sites here and farm these mats all day long. And that's just sexy. So we're going to see, like I said, it's a little ways from the bubble. Not too bad, but I can share that more information with you guys if you'd like. All I did is I jumped out here because it's in this 70 light years, I think. Yeah, 70 light years is the jump range on this ship. It took us... Oh, I don't still have it open. I think it was around 20 jumps. Something like that. I don't remember now. I checked it out in 2 different ways because I actually wanted to bring the Phantom, but I didn't want to spend all day getting out here. So I did neutron jump it. It cut off like 7 or 8 jumps, so it's not a huge deal. But if you got something that gets around 70 light years, this isn't too bad to get to. And the system name for this is HIP 36601. And if you're curious about farming some of these up. Hey, Jace, how you doing? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you back. I think I missed you yesterday. Which, yesterday is usually my variety stream, but we wanted to play some Elite. So... looks like I finally got that hello and welcome back script fixed. Yesterday it was being all goofy. When I get back from exploring, I'm doing engineering. My 18.5 light year jump ship needs some improvements. Yeah, that's gotta hurt trying to get around in that. Of course, that yesterday we were in that little Eagle, and I did finally get it to a 30 light year jump range, even not fully engineered yet. But the tank is so damn little that was a pain. I saw you flying the Legal. Oh, okay. All right, you were there then. All right. Yeah, we were trying not to get ourselves killed in it just by overheating and being stupid, but it wasn't a big loss if we did. We're just here to have fun, you know. If Shit happens, shit happens. Sometimes that makes good content, right? Coffee. So, I flew out here. I scanned the system out because I didn't have the actual, I couldn't see the names of the planets unless I scanned it out. So I did. I made my way to the first planet of the 4 that you can get this stuff from. And I'm going to map it. We're going to go down, we're going to land, we're going to hop out in the SRV, which I have not been in over a month. I haven't been in an SRV, so hopefully I don't bang it up too bad. Sorry, jumping 2 each jump. Yeah, it took like a third of my tank. It was small. And reflecting back on that, for the sake of going out to engineer, and I may do this moving forward if I want to take that back out, I'm going to throw an extra fuel tank in there and take one of the modules off just to get me there and get me back. Because that thing's not meant to go very far. It's meant to get out, play around, and have some fun in. But yeah, that was crazy. But it's a fun little ship. I wanted to try to recreate that fighter feel, which it's still not really there. But once we finish engineering it, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And in the hands of somebody that's really good flying a ship like that, I think that thing would be a beast. I really do. I'd like to see someone really good with rails fly that thing. I bet it, if they haven't already flown something similar, I bet it'd be amazing. I noticed as I was sitting here, because I flew out here and everything off stream because I didn't want to bore you guys to death with that. And I went ahead and dropped out of Super Cruise so I wouldn't go any closer to the planet. And I noticed, as I was doing things and I look back, I guess my HOTAS has a slight drift up, because in a matter of like 5 minutes, it was like up here. And I sat here and stared at it for a minute. I don't really notice it. There it is. Yeah, I do see. It's just barely. Just barely. So that was an interesting thing. So we're going to go up here and we're going to map this planet, see what we got. And I never would have thought of this. Again, this is why I was kind of glad to catch Warpath talking about this earlier. They're the biological sites, not the geological. You still get the same kind of named nodes in them, but they don't show up quite the same. And you'll get what I'm saying here in a minute. We'll get a little closer. We can scan this thing. Which I thought we were in range earlier, but I guess we weren't. What do we got? 2 probes. Wow, this thing is tiny. I'm actually, for the sake of seeing it, I'm going to scoot up. I didn't think it was that damn small. And also something else I learned yesterday, thanks to you guys, and I do appreciate the opportunity. I did a terrible job keeping up with chat, trying to multitask all this. So thank you for that. It was a lot of lessons learned and getting me better at what I'm doing. So thank you so much for hanging out and bearing with me through it. Oh, we're still in face cam mode. Thank you. See what I mean? I get that crap all the time. I'm getting there. Bear with me. I'm getting there. And that's the kind of stuff, I've been streaming now about 3 weeks, that there's just so many little things you got to keep up with. So I apologize, and thank you so much for letting me know. I mean, I know you guys just wanted to see my sexy face anyway, but... Right, Rick? My HOTAS... I don't manually center it. We'll kind of drift around. I think I need to put a stiffer spring in the joystick. This one's actually pretty stiff. And I never really had any kind of drifting problem out of it. And that is so minor. I never would have noticed had I not done that. It's all fine, but when you're showing off stuff in gameplay, it just makes it a little harder to see. Exactly. And thank you again. Like I said, it's a work in progress. I'm working on getting better at that. Making sure I'm keeping everybody in the right place. I'm here for the voice. I want to pop that nose so bad. All right, we got a little closer now. Again, this planet's so tiny. We're going to go in and try to surface scan this. Oh, we're not going to try. We're going to. I can probably, I don't know, will it do it in one? I think this one is engineered. I don't know how much. The scanner on this, I know my Phantom it is. I'm just curious to see how much one will cover. Probably be like 80%. Oh, did I guess that or what? Did I guess that or what? Yes, I'm proud of myself. I'm patting myself on the back. But man, we had so much fun yesterday. I didn't catch too many of you on the second part stream. I know I mentioned yesterday that, I was going to pick it back up after they left. They were here a while. We went out and ate. We had a great time. I loved seeing them. I hadn't seen them in a while. And we did hop back on, goofed around a little bit. didn't do a ton, and hopped off there. And I was really excited to get started again today. I fixed a couple of things. Again, I do have a script going that kind of welcomes you back if you type in chat. I'm not calling out lurkers or anything. Just you know, it's what I want to make out of this channel. It's really all about you guys. I love chatting with you. I love doing it. Have a lot of fun with it. Love the game. Love gaming in general, and my puppies, of course. So we got 7 biological and 15 geological. So according to what Warpath was saying, we can go on any of these biologicals and do that. So let's just start at the closest one. We're going to start at 7. I don't even know if we need to jump around. But the idea is that to land, and each planet, there's 4 planets. Each of those planets contains one rare, out of the crystallines, one rare mineral. So you basically land there, you farm that up till you want, you can cap it out or whatever. And then you move on to the next planet, you collect the next rare. And now that you've filled up, get out of there. And now that you've filled up, you can go trade them. So, and that is a bizarre view. Oh, I guess we just got on the dark side. We should have actually looked at that. We probably should have went on the light side. Oh well, that's why we got night vision, right? So we can see in the dark. But yeah, I really wanted to bring the Phantom, but man, that was a lot of jumps. And actually, if you're still with us, Big Rick, I was trying to show you this a while back, and I don't know that I ever communicated it properly to you. And I can't even see the edge of the planet here. Well, I guess I'm just gonna stay above this line and hope we'll be all right. But on the right hand side of the screen, now right now it says surf, so that's the surface. But before you drop out, it says OC for orbital cruise, and now I forget what the hell the other one is, but they're 2 abbreviations. But that basically tells you how far you are from that planet. I didn't jump into this very well because I was explaining that, but whatever. I like that bot. Yeah, it's sometimes it's hard to catch, you know, especially, you know, someone a little newer like me, and I'm still trying to get used to watching the chat, making sure I'm doing that, making sure I'm entertaining you in the game, making sure you know, you guys get it. A lot of you guys stream. So it helps me keep up and make sure everybody feels welcome, because I want them to. Hey buddy, in lecture, so volume's low, but hang out for a few. Well, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. And oh my god, I'm gonna slam this planet by reading it. Let's boink it. Oh my god, we wrecked it. What's the G's here? It's not. I can't see because of that damn night vision. No, it's the blue on the dash. It looks like a 0G. But anyway, that's alright. We don't care. We can fix it. This is my jump conda. I can fix myself. Not a big deal. Learning how to write SQL and JavaScript integrations today. Yeah. I used to get into that stuff quite a bit, but it's been a minute. I did a little bit of database work, not much. Mostly web development. I was a creative director for a marketing and travel company for many years. Back in the Midwest. Are we right on top of this thing? We must be, as I think I was flying right into it. Yep, we are. I'm not seeing these spikes. Maybe the spikes were on a different planet. I don't know. We're going to go over here and see if we can find a place to land. We don't want a cargo scoot. We want our landing gear. Dotted line on the other side of the planet. Oh, is that what it was? See, I was flying on the wrong side of the planet. Alright, I got you. Believe it or not, I have played this game before. How did that end up being our closest, though? On the other side of the planet. Are they all on the other side of the planet? They are. Well, we'll get back out here. And I'll try not to smash my face on the planet this time. Try not to being the key word there. But yeah, I was amazed at how much stuff he was getting off this these planets. It was pretty crazy. I wish I'd go back and learn programming, but my specialty is finance. That I never enjoyed. I mean, I do my own budgeting and stuff, but... Hey, Mr. Replicator, how are you doing, buddy? I did catch you for a little bit this morning. You cruising around and gathering up some materials on your... I guess you got a new commander going? But yeah, that's kind of what we're doing today. I caught Warpath for a little bit this morning, and he kind of told us a little trick to pick up some rare materials. So this ship drifts really bad, and that's why it's taking forever to line with that. But we figured we'd come out here and give it a shot. Give it a shot and see what we can do with it. Stock up a little bit, maybe. BS a little bit. Give me a little more practice at engaging with you guys. I cannot see the damn planet at all. Maybe if I... No, I still can't. Maybe I can use... There we go. I'll just use that. I'll use the galaxy as a backdrop. The Anacondas don't drift. The cutter, however. This one drifts because it's got a lot of... It's got some downgraded stuff on it. Again, this is meant for more jumping and exploration. It's kind of a mix. Yeah, no problem. I was happy to stop by and see you. It's like I said, I was telling you yesterday when you dropped in, I haven't caught you in a while. Life's been a little bit crazy, and I try to get by and see a lot of you guys when I can. Fixed a few bugs with the stream this morning. Got out here, jumped. I think it's like a little over 1,000 light years away from the bubble. It's not too bad where we're at now. And now I'm just out here trying to kill myself, it seems, being bad. And because of the way I went around that planet, I should have went out a lot further and came back at it, and I wouldn't have this slow boat to China here. But that's alright. Gives us a minute to chat. I kind of don't want to... Yeah, I think, like I said, I think I even downgraded the thrusters on this thing just for the weight. They got a 5D. Yeah, I think it's a 6. Isn't that slot a 6 on the Anaconda? Or it might even be bigger than that. Hell, I don't even remember now. Yeah, thanks for the tweet out yesterday as well, Digital Geek. I appreciate that. It hasn't been that long on Twitter, but it's getting a little traction. Just kind of helps get it out there that, hey, we're doing something today. It might be terrible, and it might be boring, and you got to look at my ugly face to do it, but we'll try something. A bicycle has more thrust than Thrustmaster. Things with no thrust have more thrust than Thrustmaster. You just jacking with my brain now. It's too damn early in the day for that. I have been up. Actually, I slept a little late this morning. I actually got to sleep till a little after 8. I rolled around in bed for a while because I didn't have any particular plans, and I was just enjoying the crap out of it. The Messiah, weren't you the one that recommended that game yesterday that Emily wants to play? Wasn't that you? Because I checked it out on Steam last night. Yeah, it was you. I looked at the trailer, and yeah, it looks like a pretty good little jump scare game. It's not typically the kind of game we play on a variety days. We mostly stick around the sci-fi theme, usually. Again, I'm not against it if enough people want to see it. But yeah, I've seen a few games like that, and they get pretty good. I did own Dead Space at one time, and I played partially through it, and I remember that game being pretty amazing. And I went to look for it, and it must have been, apparently it wasn't on Steam because I can't find it now, but that was a pretty good one. We don't build each other up. We don't deserve to be here. Community is for those who commune. Individuals are in the way. Right? Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's all... And the ED community is so amazing in the first place, and I'm hoping and I believe that even the streamers kind of backing all that and promoting that atmosphere will help keep it that way, as hopefully ED gets a little more mainstream, a little more accessible for players that may not be from a community like this. So yeah, I'm hoping it helps there too. It's just a game break away from the usual games and are based on children's games, but with a jump scare if you don't stick to the rules. Huh. Yeah, like I said, I'm not against it. It's not the typical genre of game. And this is just now showing up, and I'm scared to death. I'm going to smack the crap out of this again. So this is 13. I'm just going to jot it down in case we end up going to more, which we probably will since we're here. We came all the way out here. Yeah, and I've seen a few games like that. What was that game Christopher Clever was playing the other? Is that? There's a new Resident Evil? Is that what it was? That looked a bit crazy. About horror games in chat as well. Yeah, and those can be fun. I don't mind a good scary one every now and then. There hasn't really been any. I haven't really looked for them either, but there hasn't really been any that have caught my attention. Again, there was Dead Space. I never played Aliens, but I heard that one can get you pretty good if you like that style of game. Trying to think of another game. I like the story games too. There was a few Telltales. I did try the Telltales. I know it's not really a horror game, but I was just thinking of other kind of genre of games that I've played and I enjoy. The Telltales Borderlands was pretty fun. Definitely different. I love their games, though. I did a lot of the Walking Dead series from them. And if you like cool storyline, man, they're so good at it. They're so good at it. As long as you're not too married to the original story of the game. Dark Neutrino, hey, buddy. Good to see you back. Yep, got our friendly bot in the channel. And I need to turn that puppy cam back on. There we go. Because he's in here with us today. Behaving to some degree, for now. He looks like he's pretty well knocked out. Alright, well, let's see if we're going to be able to land this big-ass boat somewhere. I mean, the terrain generator, I think, for ED it seems to be alright, but holy cow, man, give me a place to land, because even sometimes with the smaller ships, it's incredibly difficult to find a flat place to land. I remember unlocking that Guardian Drive, and those sites, you had to park so damn far away from them, and I'm terrible at this game anyway, so you can imagine the kind of challenge that gave me. Such a polite bot, right? Well, it also helps me in case I miss somebody coming in. It helps me notice that they've come in and said something. Like I say, work in progress. We're getting there. But I really enjoy you guys, and I'm really glad you've come and visited me to watch me be bad. And you haven't seen bad yet. Wait till I get in this damn SRV. This thing is terrible. I say this thing. I am at this thing. Is anybody new here? Yeah, it's a pretty... I mean, most of us that have been around know a lot of the names of people that have been around. It's kind of a neat thing, you know, because the community's not that big right now, relatively speaking to other games. But that's what's so cool about it. Because some of those bigger games, even if you've gotten into them and you go to these streamers and everything, there's so many people in there and so many names you've never heard of. So let's see what we got. I gotta remember my damn keybinds. I haven't been in an SRV in probably over a month. Okay, there's my thrusters. It's been a minute. But yeah, we're going out here. If you just joined us, we're going out and trying to collect some grade 5 raw materials to probably trade for. It just seems like it's a little better than trying to go farm the specific materials. I know we ran out of arsenic yesterday trying to get that Eagles FSD finished. The little rail toy. But we're going to come out here and see if we can find some stuff. I've even damn near forgot how to read the scanner. What a coincidence. Yeah, these crystal... Man, there's a cluster... and crystalline fragments. And I really wish they... I don't think... It looks like they might have tried Vodium. I don't think that's quite what we were looking for. But, why are all the hitboxes to these things buried inside of the hitbox of the ground? Where you got to get all kinds of stupid angles to try to hit it. I never did understand why in the hell they did it that way. Well, I say they did it that way. I'm sure it wasn't intentional. But yeah, see, I was sit and fire at that damn thing all day and probably not hit it. Drives me nuts. Yeah, it didn't have that cringe quality to it. The first one fixed it. Yeah, I see. Don't do it. I missed something. Grinds while maintaining uncomfortable eye contact. Oh, all the hugging. You guys are so sweet. How do I even get into my turret now? Is this how I did it? Yep. Like I said, I haven't been in this SRB in a minute, so... Really? Oh, I guess I'm too close now. I can't fire my thrusters and my gun at the same time? Since when did that happen? Get out of there. We'll do 30 jumps today and be done with Elite. Ability to turn down stream quality, only available on affiliates. To my understanding, stream quality, I don't even think you have to be an affiliate to get a, it's kind of a first come first serve thing where you might get lucky and you'll be able to change it. The viewer will be able to switch it, but you have to make partner to have it all the time. That's my understanding of it. I don't know if that's, it might be you have to be affiliate to get in on the first come first serve and then make partner to get it all the time. So much stream 1080p, my office internet sucks. Yeah, I'm not against dropping it. You know, if a lot of you guys are viewing, and again, this is all work in progress. If a lot of you guys view me because of the time I start in, you know, on mobile devices, I'm not against dropping it down. One of the reasons I run it higher is because I do take all my VODs and I move them over to YouTube. And so, you know, eventually, hopefully people enjoy the content and they'll be able to go there and see it in decent quality at their convenience. But I'm not against lowering it either. Not against lowering it at all. Yeah, and we can do that. We can drop it back down because I ran at 720 for a while and it was kind of a machine test to see how well we could do what with. And this thing does 1080 beautifully. I've been really impressed with it. But yes, that can be a pain for you guys and I get that. And that's not a problem. If that's what you guys want me to do, that's exactly what I'll do. But yeah, I'm running 1280, 60 FPS at, right now it's about 5200 kbps. So it's, yeah, it's pretty good quality, but yeah, that's not a problem. I can do that. Not a problem at all. 720 60 is the most accessible for most. Yeah, and I can agree with that. Well, see, I've caught, and I think, and Rick probably tested this, I've dropped in on him a few times when I was at lunch on work. at work on launch. English, believe it or not, I can speak it partially. And I just watched him a few times and it still chewed the crap out of my data cap. So even at 720, I mean, unless you're running an unlimited plan, can be a little rough. I mean, at least you won't get the choppy, because you guys might be getting the whole choppy thing. 2500K. I can take a look at it. I can do some pre-records on those settings and kind of see and make sure that they work okay. That's what you stream at? Yeah. Yeah, it would be... It didn't used to be that way, if I recall, with Twitch, but I joined Twitch a long damn time ago. When you got all that stuff right, pretty much right off the bat. So I am full of chromium already. Yeah, it would be easier to be here more often and consistently if I could play while I watch. Yeah, sure. So is it the resolution that kind of kills that for you? Is it the bit rate? Do you know for sure? It's the bit rate? Okay. I can research that a bit and kind of find that happy medium. I'm here to accommodate whatever I can do. So yeah, we'll look at that for sure. And then when I get fortunate enough, if I get fortunate enough to go that far with Twitch, then I'll be able to come back up here and you guys can just select whatever you'd like to view. Yeah, not a problem at all. I haven't streamed much, and Twitch complained when I tested 1080p at 60 with a yeah, 12,800 bit rate. That's quite a bit. I'm able to watch and play now, but many people may not be able to. Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I haven't tried, and it's a good point. I do have, I have M2 drives and stuff that I can record to while I'm streaming, and they're plenty big enough. Again, I've never really pushed my machine this hard since I built it, so I'm kind of slowly picking up things as I go to make sure that it'll handle it all. I think it'll be okay recording as well, so that I can then take those and put those higher ones on YouTube. If folks don't have bandwidth, then yes, you need to go down to 720/60. Partners have the option for down code. Yeah, and that's what I thought. When you got to partner, you got that option. There's a tool provided. Twitch determines optimal bit rate. Twitch.inspector.tv. Well, that, if I'm not mistaken, that just tells you, basically you're streaming to a dummy account and it monitors that rate to check your any data loss, packet loss, bitrate loss, any of that. And it just kind of like an internet speed test. It just starts hammering it until it starts choking to death, and then it tells you, hey, this is what you can run at. But here in this case, we're talking about the viewers being able to watch on the other platforms easier. So it's not that I have a killer internet. I've got apparently a better computer than I thought I did. So I can really hammer some data at you. Partners have priority. Smaller streamers get the transcoding when they have enough viewers. I wonder what that enough viewers is. But yeah, I knew it had something to do with all that. I was trying to trigger the transcoding, hammering the servers with a lot of data. I remember watching Pavehawker. Yeah, I missed that guy. I'm glad to have him back. I remember watching him and him talking about that, and sometimes on his stream, as soon as he started it, he'd get transcoding, and sometimes he wouldn't. Like I said, and that made us think it was kind of like a first come, first serve for however many people they let have it that aren't partners, but that could definitely not be the case. For sure. But yeah, it's curious to know what, because I'm not a big tech freak, but how the bit rate and the resolution play together as far as you guys being more usable on your devices and computers, and maybe computers that aren't, crazy. Number varies. Everything is bullshit, you'll crouch. Hey, we're all allowed to be a little grumpy from time to time. Sometimes we just need to do it just to get it out of our system. There's been several times my wife has called me the get off my lawn guy. Because sometimes you're just crabby. But, you know, again, since I haven't been streaming again too long, I'm kind of testing the limits of what I have, how you guys receive it, overall quality, your guys' feedback, which is a monstrous help. So that you guys get what you want out of it. I had more wives than you. Now, how do you know? You don't mean not know that. Without saying too much, I've had more than one. Everyone has this 2019, right? That's the thing now. You know, like I was saying yesterday, you know, my wife and I have been married now for, I think it's been 16 years. She gave me the evil eye yesterday, so I could be a little bit wrong, but it's been something like that. And in a lot of cases, that's a rare thing anymore. And, you know, I don't know. To each their own, I guess. Like I said, it's not my first time around the block either, but first time I was kind of young and dumb and yeah, watch me anytime my HOTUS acts up. I usually delete the VODs and remove evidence. Yeah. I don't care too much. I mean, I'm not the most thick-skinned guy. I consider myself to be fairly humble. I mean, I do stupid shit all the time, but if you've been here for very long, hey, Empress, welcome. Glad to see you back. Thanks for stopping in. I've not been anybody's wife yet. I changed my mind when I met Reaper. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Never been married, but I've had a lot of wives. And you quoted that. I don't know that I want to read into that. I care too much about my tech to have a wife. I got lucky there. Because when I first met my wife, because I've been a gamer all my life. And when I first met my wife, you know, I didn't play a lot of games. But when I did, she would get jealous of it. And she would get upset. Because she'd only play like Miss Pac-Man up to that point. And I think I actually told this story a while back on the stream. But I was playing WoW at the time. Not a lot, just, you know, every now and then. But of course, it's an MMO, so you get kind of buried in it for several hours. And she was getting jealous about it. She started getting kind of angry with me. So I made a little hunter. Leveled up a little bit and got her a pet. I showed her how to log into it. I said, sometime I'm at work, just hop in and just play around with it, see what you think. She was hooked. And from that day forward, no problems. She gets it. She gets it. And she likes it too. Well, she was even on stream with us for a minute or two yesterday. She's not shy. She does sales work, so she'd be a hell of a lot better with you guys than me. Just find a tech-compatible wife. Yeah, then that's pretty much what I found. She doesn't know a lot about it. Actually, her computer isn't even set up anymore. She uses mine very rarely. But she gets it. They're also pretty damn rare. Yeah, that could be. Hey, KT. Welcome. She should play Elite 2. She doesn't like sci-fi. Breaks my heart. I know. Like, you know. Star Trek. Nope. Damn it, there went that viewer thing again. I thought that was corrected. But every now and then that little scripts out, it shoots out viewer instead of the name. But hey, Reaper. Good to see you, buddy. I bribe my wife with Disney stuff, and it makes her watch. It makes her happy, which makes my life easier, right? Thanks for the follow, Reaper. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And if you guys didn't catch it yesterday, there's a follower goal in the bottom left. And when I reach that goal, And it's Katie's idea, and I'm going to keep blaming him for it because it's probably going to send me the damn doctor. My Jackson, our Jackson, my 140-pound Great Dane, gets to sit on my lap. Now, he lays with me sometimes in there on the couch or on the couch while watching TV, but he never sits on me because he's huge. So when I hit that 50, and we're going to sort it out, I'm gonna go back there on that sofa that's behind me, and I'm gonna let him sit up on my lap, squash the hell out of me. I need a Jackson in my life. If you've never had a Great Dane, it's like the best curse you could ever have. They're so lovable, so affectionate, love people, don't like being anywhere they can't get to people and be around people, but they're a little bit thick-headed, and they don't mature until they're 3 years old. But they get fully grown in about 1.5 years. So you get a full-grown puppy. It's kind of crazy. But I love them to death. Sweden has a ban on Great Danes. Why is that? Are they like overpopulated or something? Or did something happen that caused that? Best curse in my common sense meter just broke. But yeah, I'm curious why they have a ban. Like, just a ban on breeding? Or, I mean, they're not putting down Great Danes, are they? That would make me very upset. Now you got me very curious. My neighbor had a beautiful Great Dane. Every time we talk about this dog, I have to remind myself it's not me being talked about. Yeah, you mentioned that the other day. He got his name when we started fostering him. The shelter named him Hiro, Hiro. I don't know why, they just did. And we fostered him, and then after about 30 days, when we foster failed, we adopted him. I'm already full on chromium. And then we renamed him to, we used to watch Sons of Anarchy, my wife and I, we really liked it. And the Jax Teller character in that's how he got his name. Jax is what we usually call him, but Jackson's his official name. I think he meant a ban on Danes. Did I miss it? Yeah, did you say in the replicator why they got banned? Did I just flat out miss it? Or what that was about? I'm not allowed in Sweden. What in the world did you do in Sweden? Or do I want to know? Anyway, you can go to my channel and help me get the perfect bitrate. Well, I think that bitrate might be user. It might depend on the user, because it's probably going to depend on their, not only their machine, but their internet connection. You know, I rely on you guys. If you guys say this just feeding too much to you guys, I'll down it. And so next time, I might catch a little stream here or there, but this is my last day off. I go back to work tomorrow, and I work, you know, we won't be streaming again until next Sunday when we do the puppy pictures. So if you like the animals, come see us on Sunday. We'll be doing those pictures and talking about them. But I'll downgrade that one, and we'll probably first, we might leave the bit rate and just go down to 720 and try it and see how that works. And if it's still too much data, we'll drop that bit rate down some more. We'll just kind of play with it until we get a sweet spot. Joking is an inference of Swedish. Nice. You guys are so mean to each other. You're so mean. More crystalline fragments. We're trying to get more of that rare stuff, and I'm not seeing as much rare as I appeared to had seen when I was watching Warpath just totally smash this stuff. Stream looks great here, getting full 1080 crystal clear. Yeah, and that's that was the idea behind it, but because I start at noon and because my days off are during the week as well, some people want to catch it at work or whatever, and I'm glad to have you, and thank you for coming. And I want to make sure that they can get the experience that they want as well, until I can get lucky enough to get encoding. So, you know, we'll drop it down some so that they can get a better experience here as well. And there is, I mean, I know this sexy face is hard not to see, but if you're on a mobile device, there is an audio only mode. Don't be too worried about buffering today. Twitch is having problems somewhere in the pipeline. It's been like that for the past 2 or 3 days. Yeah, I watch my skip frames and my frames missed. I don't think that's feedback from Twitch. I think that's just local. And right now, it's basically nothing. Now, everything's been beautiful on this end. Now, on your guys' end, I don't know. I can't see it. So I'm supposed to be nice in Grandpa's stream. Why are you always picking on me, man? You always first you're trying to kill me with my 140-pound dog, and now you're calling me old again. You don't like me, do you? Jackson is dreaming, is he? He probably is. It's funnier when he's like chasing something. You'll see him start kind of barking and... Yep, there he goes. He's running. Love him to death. Well, we're not getting much done here, but that's alright. I love chatting with you guys. The game is second. But waiting for you to try out that ban button. He was running and dangerous. He is dangerous when he's running because our back porch is really long and it sits about 4 foot off the ground. It's got railing around it, but it's really long, but it's not that wide. It's only about 5 foot wide, but it's like 30 foot long. But the way the stairs come up, you come up the stairs, it's about 5 foot, and then there's a wall, and the door's next to it. He'll come flying, he'll jump from the ground all the way onto the patio. He won't even, or porch, he won't even touch the steps. And he'll go to stop and just slide and boop, slam right into the wall. I've heard it a few times. He's so clumsy sometimes. He's been getting a little better at it though. Like I said, he's about 2 years, 8 months now. So he's getting really close to that maturity age. I test that ban button in a heartbeat. Empress and Reaper knows that. Confirmed. You guys are so mean. Callum X EFCX, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. We're here hanging out while I try not to be too damn bad at what I'm doing here. Thanks for coming around. Rack time. All right. Well, thanks for coming by and stopping. Yeah, and glad to have you. Glad I got to catch your stream for a little while earlier. But you have a wonderful sleep. Trying to get more arsenic passively. I caught Warpath stream this morning for a little while, and he was out collecting some high-grade materials to trade. So that you don't have to run all over the damn place trying to catch specific materials. And he talked about a system, which is where we're at now, and there's 4 different planets. And on these 4 different planets in the system, there are biological sites. And if you go to any of the biological sites on any of the 4 planets, you will get distinctly different high-quality rare-grade items. And that's kind of what we're doing. I haven't been paying a ton of attention to what I'm getting exactly. Sorry, there's a truck outside, it would seem. And I'm on a dead-end road, so it's probably the trash guy. So we're going to collect some and trade them because we didn't get to finish that chromium again. I have all kinds of that. Just pick up everything. And that's kind of what I'm doing as I go. I mean, some of it I'm not overly worried about, especially the super low stuff. But some of it I'm full on, like the chromium. Holy cow, that truck is loud. Yeah, and that's why I'm doing this, is to trade down, because I needed more arsenic to finish that FSD on the Eagle from yesterday. Because we didn't get that finished. I did get the experimental effect on it though, so that way we don't have to go back there. What else do we have here? And I've got the... Yeah, these Pisces or whatever they're called, they're generally not anything worth messing with. We're on the outskirts here, see if there's anything else. This may just be kind of a Not so great sight. Here's crystallines. Yeah, you see where... I don't know how well you can see it. But that whole reticule... And I get the drift. That's fine. That's cool. But it's like the targeting spot for all that stuff is always below the hitbox or the ground. It drives me nuts. I don't know why it's that way. The turret doesn't drift like that. But as you can see, it's still not coming out of the ground. It drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. Bored out of my mind. Patch notes need to be posted so I can go build in creation mode. Build creation mode. In what game? I thought you were talking about PoE because you were talking about it last night, but that doesn't sound... Oh, it is PoE. Okay. They didn't release the new, what they're doing with all that stuff yet. Oh, come on. Patch notes today, manifesto was yesterday. I got you. That's what you were talking about yesterday, was the manifesto. Again, it's if you like those kind of games, and I do, I enjoy those kind of games, Diablo, PoE, stuff like that. I can't stand the damn leveling in the game. Well, how you have to do it every time. That drives me nuts. Yeah, Path of Exile. Yeah, they're coming out, according to what KT told me, he's the PoE guy here. I know little about it. I know enough to be dangerous with it, and that's about it. They're coming up with their next season will be similar to Breach, if you're familiar with Breach, where you click the hands and you get so much time. Something like that. But instead you get a bunch of guys chained together and you break the chains and get going that way. If it's something you're interested in, if you're a PoE player, you just check out that manifesto. I think it explains a lot of it. Or talk to KT, because, again, I know enough to be dangerous with it. Not elite dangerous, though. I only have a few hours in it. Pfft, whatever. Holy crap, come out of that rock. Thank you. And it's chromium. Assholes. I wonder if that... No, that's not the rare here. What is... Let's just look. I played for 17 hours and know very little. I like the customization in it, but I guess I'm just terrible at it. I mean, the maps aren't exactly random. There's some planning to it, but I'm terrible at getting through them, so I end up exploring the whole damn thing before I get through it. So it takes me forever to level, and I don't really enjoy it. To me, the storyline's not that big of a deal in PoE, so... Myrtus? Sorry if I butchered that. Thank you for following the channel. I really appreciate that. Glad to see you. Glad to have you. I have 2,125 on Steam. More on... I don't doubt that. He's a masochist, though, and he does this in every damn game. I've gamed with KT for a long time. If you can level more than one character, you can bet your hiney he has every one of those slots full. He's a masochist, I'm telling you. I already messed my Templar up, but I'm not too fuzzed about it. I just play the game. Yeah, I've seen quite a few people play Templar. I could never play Templar because I couldn't, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be totally blowing this out of proportion or in the wrong class, but that model, that was that male model that walked like he had a broomstick up his hiney all the time. Wasn't it that guy that you had to use to do that? Or again, I might have it completely wrong. Yeah. So that's why I play, if you're familiar with it, and I know this is off topic from the channel, so if you're here for Elite, we're still on it. We get back to it. We just kind of jumped off. Squirrel. Essence Drain, Contagion builds. That's what I always play. Every time I play, that's the build I like. I don't care if it's good or bad, meta or not. That's what I like playing. So when I do play, that's what I play. Although I haven't played in a while, because that leveling process, oh my gosh. If they would just put in like, give me $5 and you can go right to maps, take my money. I have the GIF and sound effects for Squirrel still. And actually, I'm glad you said that. I do have a lot of commands in the channel. You won't find them anywhere. I haven't started using them yet. I was going to tell you guys about a few of them, let you try them, see how they worked. I haven't decided how to do that yet. I don't know if I should just put it down on the panels. Like, how do you guys generally like to see those things? You just like to see them be used and pick up on it that way? Like to see them in panels? Time to blow things up. Well, they've all got a timer of one source or another, but they don't have a lot of restrictions on them right now. Again, because it's newer and I don't have a lot of different ranks in it, but there are a few. But yeah, I don't know. You know, again, I'm seeking your guys' advice as far as a list, because there is several. Jackson need one? Yes, he does. He does. I don't know exactly what... I think the most unique thing he does is when he tries to talk to you. When he gets mad and you won't give him his attention and he tries to talk to you. That's the cutest thing ever. I sort of want to go play Elite, but I have no idea what to do. Yeah, and that can be a problem. That can be a problem. Hey, Bernardo, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. It's cool that I caught your stream for a little bit yesterday, and thank you again for taking care of the peoples and the viewers. I really appreciate that. Because I have had, and I asked the viewers before we came to you who they wanted to go see, and you were suggested, so that's where we went. Because I have a few times, because it seems like the streaming community for Elite is picking up, but I haven't been around a lot of them. So I have a few times just kind of rated people kind of based on their viewership. I try to help support people around the same size that I am. And several times I've rated, and it wasn't a good place for the viewers to come here. I don't think. So we got that opinion on where to go, and we came and seen you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. So again, we're out here trying to figure out how to get these damn materials. And I wanted to see what the rare one is here. It's polonium. And I don't think we've gotten any polonium from where we're at right now. So maybe we need to pick a different site. I know exactly why. Because I am at a geological. And that is not where I want to be. I want to be at the biological. Problem solved. It's that space between the ears. That's the problem. Because he even said specifically, it's the biological, not the geological. Thinking ebbs and flows, it'd be hard to judge when a streamer doesn't have much of a profile. Yeah, it can be. And again, even if I went to when I was researching streaming in general, did I want to get back into it? Is it something I wanted to tackle? You know, there's all kinds of different personalities out there. I always enjoyed the smaller communities, more friendlier communities, which I think well, not most do, because I've been in some big streamer chats that was toxic as hell. But I really wanted that smaller community, and I was really worried about keeping you guys entertained, especially in Elite, because it's a good and a bad. It's slowly running out of content for a lot of people that played it very long, and I haven't been back playing it that long, and I've been slowly running out of content. But people like Replicator has been playing it forever and ever. They've done everything. And for those guys to hop on and stream and make it entertaining, it's got to be so hard to do. But I get into some of those streamers' chats, and they're just, you never hear anything, you don't see anything, there's no engagement, no excitement. Some of them are pretty chill, if that's what you're looking for. You just want to go and chill with some background music and watch the gameplay. I've done that before. But, you kind of, my theory at the moment is that you try to build the community you want from the beginning, so that you don't end up on the wrong end of it. The last note, I only have 17 characters at the moment of 30 slots. You must have deleted some. Some Elite streams are just chatting with the game in background, totally focused on the community. And that's kind of what we do here. I mean, as I'm doing stuff, and I'm not that great at this game, anybody here that's watched me can attest to that. But if I'm doing something and you'd like to know what I'm doing or why I'm doing it, or you have some input, let me know. I'm happy to either explain it or, you can explain it to me or whatever. But yeah, we need to go to the right site. That's going to help. Why am I not? Stream. It reconnected. Is it going to rebroadcast? That's the question. Did it pick back up? So I didn't have a chance. Okay, it is back. So I disconnected and reconnected itself. It didn't give me a chance. I was going to go ahead while I was down and change that bitrate for you guys, or change that stream size. And it didn't give me the chance. So I got that up. If we get disconnected again, I'm going to do that for you guys. Yeah, Twitch, that's the first time I've ever been disconnected from Twitch. So that's curious. Yeah, everything on my end still looks pretty good. Get out of here. What the heck just happened to my desktop? Like every window just minimized, except 2. I think it's protesting the disconnect. And there goes that truck the other direction. Everything's just acting weird. Okay, better. Yeah, I'm back. And I haven't changed anything on the settings yet. No, I didn't, because by the time I got into the setting, because I've never been disconnected like that on OBS. Windows popped up a thing and said, OBS disconnected. And that's when I thought, oh, did I just lose it? So I was going to go in and change it. But what I didn't know is that OBS stayed in streaming mode the whole time. And when it reconnected, it just picked back up again. So by the time I got the screen open to do something about it, it reconnected. So if it does it again, there you go. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate that. If it does it again, I'll try to catch that. This time I'll just hit the stop and we'll relaunch it again. Which everybody, if you've got notifications going, first of all, thank you, but you'll probably catch another notification. Work calls. Hey, got to do your thing, man. Got to pay those bills. Got to pay the bills. So we're going to go to the right kind of site. See if I can wreck this thing on the way. Got locked out of my controls again. Man, that drives me nuts. I think I've even Googled that and I still haven't found an answer for it. Why it does that. I know Big Rick was saying that he opens his galaxy map and closes it and it comes back. But it's so brief when it does it. Let's see where this is at. Let me move this over so I quit smacking the microphone on you guys. Looks like it's going to be on the other side of the planet. We're just going to go out. We're going to have to anyway. But yeah, I was asking a while ago before that chaos happened with the stream. I do have a lot of little commands, like, you know, Red Eye caught one there. And there's a lot of your basic commands in there. But what do you guys think? Should I like put them down on the panels or just kind of let you guys discover them as you go or see them? Because most of them have like a 5-minute cooldown or something on them anyway. This is a great one. If you watch me play it very often, this will get a lot of use. Not cash. I can type too. Crash. Because I do that a lot too. Panel, it's fun to see what people have. Okay, yeah, I'll throw some down there. So the next time we come up on Sunday, if you come for the dog thing. And what I sometimes, if time permits, if we get done with the dog photos soon enough, we jump into a game or something, or we just sit and and gab about whatever. But I'll have some commands down there. And if you're curious, if you've never seen one of my photo editing streams, they're in my VODs and they're on the YouTube. On the YouTube, do you see that? Hear that? The YouTube. If you're curious, checking out kind of what it's about. But we love our puppies. We really do. So this was probably on the other side of the planet. We would have saved a ton of time had I pulled my head from my behind a while ago. Yeah, it's still on the other side. But that's all right. I mean, we don't have a ton to do anyway. I actually asked people yesterday if there's something particular they would like to do. Hopefully that 2020, man, hopefully it brings a lot of content to us to play with. I hope it brings more of the, I don't know, like crafting or building or something you can kind of invest into. That would be amazing. Still ways. You know, give you that reason to log in every day. I mean, I guess Power Play stuff's supposed to kind of do that for you, but it doesn't do it for me. And I'm way too steep for that. If it brought real industry, it would be amazing. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be too. I'm still too steep for that. Yeah, and that probably needs lowered, the alert command on that. I don't even know that it needs to say it's on cooldown either. Again, I haven't really used them much. I put a bunch in there. I tested them. I know they worked, but thank you for the lurk. I really appreciate that. We got some more sound effects and stuff in there. I know all my alerts are pretty basic and kind of the same right now. We're going to work on that too. We'll probably get some of Jackson's grumbling on some of those. And Gracie, she is just beautiful. I don't know. I may get a gif or something of her. And Cage, our grumpy old man, who I don't think you guys have seen yet. I did show pictures of him, which I do have pictures if you'd like to see them. I don't think you guys I've ever put him on stream. But he's a good guy. He's the referee. He's not a big freak on Jackson. Doesn't like him too much. Remove the timeout, yeah. Because I don't think it's something, well, I mean, I guess it is spammable. But I guess that person can get their wrist slapped for doing it too. But if I don't do it right this second, my old ass will forget. Let me just go in there real quick. And go to lurk and edit that. I'm gonna set it at 1 minute. It's just I don't like having 0-0 because it might break something if someone comes in and just decides to be stupid. Or better yet, how about I do it this way? I'm gonna take it off global and I'm just gonna put it on user and I'll put it on 5 minutes. There. Now it technically doesn't have a cooldown. Beautiful. Yeah, there's so many little sound effects in this thing. I was trying to think of, see if any of them were kind of funny for you guys. If some of you do a lot of YouTubing, you watch memes and stuff, you might like this one. Do you know what video that's from? Do you know what that is? Which the command itself probably gives it away, but... And there's a few funny ones in there like that. A few from memes and things like that, but... that was the screaming goat. You can YouTube it. I remember the first time my wife seen that. I seriously thought she peed herself. She laughed so damn hard. And I gotta admit, it was pretty funny. That was just landable, and now it's not. There we go. creaky HOTUS, which I still have not taken that thing apart. Be in the head for the rest of the damn week. Oh, I've got other ones. I got many other ones. And I think a lot of these are on global right now. So, no. For all the crap you do to me, I think you earned it. That's a pretty common one on a lot of channels. And there's some others in there too. I don't want to unwrap all the gifts at once though, right? That music seems a tad loud to me. Which, by the way, I can give him a quick shout out. If you like trailer style or soundtrack style music, all the music you're hearing in the background here is from a guy named Justin Durbin from Edgen Music. He is a composer out of Austin and California. I'm guessing he has residence in both states. I have his link down in the credits. He sells a lot of soundtracks on CD. Check him out. It's really cool stuff. I do have his permission, written permission, to use all of these tracks on stream. But he's got some really cool stuff. And you can listen to almost all of it, I think, right on his website. Not buying anything. So, really cool guy, too. I've been kind of, I won't say stalking him for a long time, but I've been aware of his stuff for a long time and checking him out. Here we go. This looks a lot better. This looks more like what I seen. It's stuck. I want to... Oh, you are a shithead. You're a shithead for doing that to everybody here. Now I'm going to have to... Actually, let me see if I have one. See if I have a smack command. I don't. No, I don't. I thought I did at one time or something of the nature. And there might be in the mini games or something, but you're a jerk. Now I've got that song in my head. Yeah, so this is crazy. At first I thought he was in a Thargoid site, and I was like, no, that doesn't look right. Yeah, but this is what we wanted. See, look at these. They're already here. Look at all those crystalline. Much better. I can most likely find a sound effect if you want. I appreciate that. I mean, I can typically find them too, but if you got one that you like, you know, let me know. I'm not against putting some more in if there's some you guys would like to have and use. How far is that place from everything? I think it was 1,500 light years from the bubble. If you have a jump range anywhere around 50 light years or better, it's not a big deal. It's not bad at all. I brought my jump / exploration anaconda. It has a slightly shorter jump range, but it has all of my exploration stuff like this SRV bay, and it does 70. And you can neutron out, or you can do regular jumping. It's not a huge difference. I think I saved 9 jumps by neutroning out. And that's probably on the other side of that. One thing I did notice, and he mentioned it as well, is sometimes when you shoot these clusters, they'll just poof into dust and you won't get anything out of them. But we'll see what we get out of them. Yeah, see how that one just poofed? Nope, there it is. What is it? There it is, polonium. So in theory, as long as they don't poof, every one of those crystallines is going to give me 3 polonium per. How crazy is that? And look at all these. It would help if I'd open my cargo scoop. Not the handbrake. Cargo scoop, thank you. But that's crazy. And I'm just targeting what's around me as we slowly clear this out. It'll probably get easier to find them. I have to do the Guardian booster then It's not. It's probably not as bad as you think it is. The worst part I found about getting the Guardian booster, and it might even depend on what site. I don't know. Can you only get the fragments from that one Guardian site? I think you can get them from more. The blueprint fragments. But the site I went to, I wonder if I still got my bookmarks. I hated it, but the site is crap. I wasn't the biggest fan either, but I learned something. I think it was Bognagus that told me, because I was mentioning that I was trying to do it and I was having a hell of a time with it, and he told me a little trick. Guardian site. Is that the only one? Oh, there's two of them. I don't remember which one. Do you remember, KT, which one it was? I think there's only the one you can get the fragments from, because the other site is just good for the obelisks, I believe. And you can YouTube this. There's 1,000 YouTube videos out there on getting your FSD unlocked. But the trick that I did not get out of those videos is when the Guardians pop up to shoot you, throw your handbrake on your SRV. Problem solved. Everything turns easy mode. It's a big deal. Throw that handbrake. You throw that handbrake, they can still knock you around sometimes. You still don't want to get your face beat in if you can help it. But if you go without your handbrake, every time they shoot you, you're going to go flying. And before you know it, they're playing ping pong with you, and then you lose your SRV. And if it's your first time out there, if you can fit dual SRV base, take two just in case, because it's quite a shot. And I think it's 20-something jumps to the nearest station from that. I think the IC one is the data site. It could be. Yeah, again, I don't remember which one it was. Get out of there. I was just going to look in here and see if it rang a bell. And the other crappy thing about the site is, this is the one I was talking about earlier. You have to land so damn far away from the thing. Holy cow. Drive for miles to get to it, because it's like, it's on the side of a hill, but they just like flatten the part out. So everything around it is just mountainous. If you can take a smaller footprint ship, a medium, take a medium. Like, don't take an Anaconda. You can park a large one out there, but the bigger it is, the further away you gotta park. Yeah, HD is the low grav and the horrible terrain. Well, now you've got me confused. The low grav. Yeah, I don't think the fragment site had the low grav. But like I said, you can hit this stuff up on YouTube. It'll tell you exactly where to go and pretty much exactly how to do it, the pattern, how to get stuff, everything. The thing I didn't get from it that helped me tremendously is bind the handbrake in your SRV. And when you start engaging Guardians, throw your handbrake. Makes it a lot harder for them to knock you all over the place. It was a big help. I take my cutter, and Reaper always says, I can't land them, yet I always do. Well, I mean, it's a planet. You'll find a place to land them. My problem with it was that, what did I take? I think I took the Anaconda out there at the time, because I don't think I had my Phantom yet. I took the Anaconda out there, and I found, if you've done a lot of planet landing for stuff like this, you'll probably go, yeah, I've been there, where you're sort of close to the site and the terrain's really stupid, but you're just flying along, creeping along, trying to find a good landing spot, and you see little boop, little blue lights up. You're like, crap, I missed it. And you back up, boop, boop, and you fight the whole thing. You finally get it landed, or you finally get down to the ground and you just can't get the blue spot again. Drive you nuts. So smaller ship, easier to land in that crazy environment. So that's why the missiles were popping us into the air without a handbrake. So IC was the data site. Okay. So the data site it's just got a crap ton of obelisk data if you want the data. If you need the data to unlock something. Like, I think we did it for the shield boosters if I remember correctly. So the other site, I have 2 bookmarks? Oh no, it's just a squad and I sort of know the data sites. Well, if I remember correctly from what I was either told or read or whatever, it's even the same way with farming engineering materials. When they originally put the stuff in these sites, you can go to get the rare materials. It was like on 24-hour reset or even a weekly reset, and people were getting pissed. So as a quick fix, they just let you relog. And that can be abused pretty hard. So, you know, take it or leave it. You can do that in a lot of those sites. There it is. Hey, glad to see you. To anyone that doesn't know, if you park your ship close to the sites with point defense, preferably multiple, it will shoot down all missiles, Guardian, robot. Yeah, I have seen that a few times. But again, what I found for me is that bind your handbrake when you get in a fight with one, get in a decent spot for it, throw your handbrake. If they're just shooting at you, all pips to weapons, shoot the crap out of them. When you start hearing the missiles, all pips to shields, wait until the thing hits. It'll usually just rock you a bit. Once it hits you, all pips to weapons, shoot them again. It works beautifully. Very, very few times did I have a missile catch me funny enough to knock me over. It did happen, but very rarely. My biggest problem is I hate SRV. I don't mind the SRV. I will tell you though, what are you doing, buddy? In the Rift, I have a Rift, and this game is so amazing. If you've never experienced it and you love this kind of game, you're missing it. But in the SRV, makes me sick as hell. Flying, I can do it all day long, but when I get in that SRV, man, kills me. But anyway, so that's a tip on doing those Guardian sites. If it's something you didn't know, I hope it helped. Again, take it with a grain of salt. There's YouTube videos all over the place for doing it. Again, the only thing I didn't get out of YouTube was the handbrake binding. I think it was Bognagus that told me that when I told him I was having problems with it. And that was a game changer for me doing it. Is that on the other side of... What the hell is that? Oh, that's why. Did that one poof? Yep, that one poofed. So I don't know if that's intended or that's a bug. It may be intended. As much of them as there is, it wouldn't surprise me. But there's so many clusters here. I think it's the horizon. It's a mix of things. It's the horizon. Seeing a horizon line, my brain doesn't like it. It gets a disconnect with the movement. And you can see how the SRV just kind of bobs. Kind of like getting seasick, I guess, is why it gets me. Gonna alert and clean the house. Well, you go clean that house. You come clean mine too while you're at it if you like. Actually, wife cleaned it Saturday when I was at work. Most of it, anywho. And I finally got that water heater fixed, which is such a relief. I spent almost a month pouring, I don't know how many gallons of water a day onto my yard. Not that it doesn't need it. You need a spam emote? Fried spam. I don't know about that. We were talking about that the other day. I like fried spam. A lot of people don't. I think it's gross. Whatever. It eats their own. My wife doesn't like it. I enjoy it. I think he said, didn't you say, KT, you were having fried spam and macaroni or something? And I said that was amazing. My wife is a very picky eater too, so. Which puzzles me. I say it puzzles me. I don't know. I've never had that picky of a palate. So I guess this is why I don't really understand it. And maybe you, those of you that have a more picky palate, might be able to explain it to me a little better. My wife, one of her favorite food groups is pizza. She loves pizza. She hates Italian food because she doesn't like the red sauce. She doesn't mind pastas and things like that. She doesn't like meat sauce. And I know meat sauce and pizza sauce are not the same thing, but they're so close. Like, how can you not? I'm puzzled by that. I don't get it. Because to me, they're very close. So maybe you guys know. If you're that kind of person as well. Man, look at all this polonium. And this is the spot. How many of those do we have now? I'll have to target another one and see. Next time I'll pay attention to that. But yeah, I never did really understand it. Why she's so doggone picky. I'll eat almost anything if it doesn't stink and it's not moving. And the not moving things can sometimes be optional. You know what it is. But I came from a very poor background. And sometimes we were lucky to have anything, for that matter. I say sometimes, it's not like it was terrible, but there was a lot of times it was really rough. So I think that's what did it for me. It was like, it's food, you eat it. You eat it or you don't get it. But I hope, I hope that's not the case. That one went poof. So we didn't get to find out how many we have on board. I wonder what the exchange rate is on that as well. I don't know if there's a calculator for that somewhere on the exchange rate. I'm sure somebody's put it together. For exchanging like, I think there's polonium. Let's see what the rares were we got out here, because I don't remember. Polonium, ruthenium, selenium, and tech whatever. C5A. It was technetium. Neenwin, hello, how you doing? Glad to have you. Thanks for coming by. I asked a question about how you get out there to mine the crystals. This is a little bit one-off. Are you familiar with mining? Do you have horizons, first of all? Do you have Elite Dangerous horizons? Because you have to have that to get onto the planets in the first place. So if you have horizons, then the next question is, have you gathered resources off a planet before? And you do play horizons, okay. Have you ever went to a planet to get resources before? Like, are you familiar with that whole process? And I'm just trying to find out where you're at with it so I don't kill you with details, that's all. You mine at Dab's Hope. Okay. So you're familiar with geological sites. This particular place is the exact same thing as that, only it's a lot further from the bubble, and these are biological sites. So the system that I'm currently in is HIP 36601. Okay. And again, I give credit to Warpath for this, and I'm sure he got it from somewhere else, but I caught his stream this morning. He showed it. I wrote it down. I'm sharing with you guys. This is the system map. When you first get here, it's like 1,500 light years away from the bubble. I would recommend at least around a 50 light year jump range just to make it tolerable, unless you don't mind all the jumps. Make sure you bring a fuel scoop, or you're going to make the fuel rats mad. So when you get out here, there are 4 different planets with biological signals on it. There is C1A, C3B, and I missed one down here, C1D, and I'll read that in just a second, C5A. Those are the 4 planets you're going to be looking for. And they're about, C1A is 153,000 light seconds from the star. So it's a hike when you first get there. After you get there, the rest of the planets are nearby. So you just got to do that one jet. Yes, but when I try to plot a path there, it fails. Do I need a bigger jump range? My SX does about 40 light year jumps. It shouldn't. Let's look here real quick. Let's take a look. And I don't think I have the Elite Dangerous. So I don't have bookmarks on this. We're just going to go to the neutron plotter real quick and see, at least if that's an option. So let's just say you're in Sol. I don't know where you are, and that's not necessarily significant. And the destination system was HIP 36601. You have a 40 light year jump range. Calculate. Unable to generate route, the range to and range are required. Oh, did it not? It didn't. I gotta click it. So my fault. Bear with me. 6601. Got that, got that, got that. Try it again. Calculate. And if you've never used a neutron plotter before, this is spanch.co.uk. It's great for doing neutrons. I'm just doing it for the sake of seeing that jump, what that looks like, if it's even possible. Because there may be a spot further than 40 light years apart. I wouldn't think. We're not that far from the bubble. But if there is, sometimes a neutron can solve that for you. Sometimes. But you'll notice right here in red, but this says 10 to 20. If you have a low maximum range, 10 to 20 light years, you may end up boosting and jumping into a system that you not have enough range to jump out of. In other words, you get stuck. So just something to keep in mind. It's unlikely. Like I said, we're not that far from the bubble. So according to this, you can get there in 44 jumps. So it's a bit of a hike at 40 light years. This is using neutrons. So if you can't plot a course to HIP 36601, you can use this neutron plotter. And the way you use this is that if you're already in Sol, this is how I use it. You check it off. The next one, once I am in Sol, this is where I'm going. I'll check it, click that, it copies it to my clipboard, and then go into your galaxy map. Hang on, I gotta get the right window active while it locks my controls for just a second. Bear with me. Go into your galaxy map. You're gonna go right here and just paste that in and hit go. Now that one says it's 17 jumps. Like if you notice here on Spanch, it says it's 17 jumps to get to that. So that's not going to be neutrons, but when you get there, there's a neutron in it. You'll neutron boost, and if you don't know how to do that, YouTube, there's a bunch of great videos showing you how to do that. It can be a little risky. Make sure you have a rebuy available when you go. And that's how you use the neutrons in the neutron plotter. So if you can't get there on your own, that's how you could get there. I do not guarantee you can get back. You will do the same thing in reverse to get back if you're having a problem with the spacing between systems. So I hope that helps explain it a bit. Yeah, but when I try to apply, do I need a bigger jump range? I said it 4 light years. I think I want to try to do it when I tried to plot the path. Yeah, that shouldn't matter. I mean, 40 light years isn't that small. You know, again, I can't really recreate in this ship. I probably have a ship around 40 light years, but I'm so far away from the bubble right now I can't. But I don't believe there is any spot in here that's that far. Like I said, we're not that far out of the bubble. There's still stars everywhere. Well, I say that. Actually, that particular jump right there is a pretty good hike. So you just have to play with it. If you can't get there yet, yeah, you might try getting a little bit longer jump range and seeing if that solves it. All I know is that I've heard people doing it with 50. So how much less you can go, I'm not sure. And sorry, I know I was back over on the web thing. This is the jump I was talking about, this last jump right here. Looks like it's a decent range. Can't get the star targeted, so maybe I need neutron stars to get there. It could be, you know, with that kind of jump range. Again, I don't know the shortest jump range you need, or to get out here. I wouldn't think it would be that far, because like I said, we're not that far out, but you never know. Try it, see if that works for you. But I hope that helped in some way. So back, and we're getting, it's only 50% fuel. So we got plenty there. But yeah, what I was showing you guys earlier on I showed you where the system is. I read off the planets to you. You'll go there, you'll fly to it. Well, when you first land, you'll have to FSS everything in order to just see it and where it is in the name. And then you'll fly to it and you'll map it. And when you map it, you'll get the biological, geological, and then you can take it from there. You got it. But holy cow, the amount of stuff here is crazy. I already have have something targeted. Where is it at? Over there. But yeah, the idea here again is just we're collecting some high grade materials in what seems to be a pretty easy mode, and we'll trade them in for other stuff. Be able to finish a few. Oh my gosh. Finish a few of our engineering jobs that we've been working on. And if you get into engineering and you've never used a program called ED Engineer, which can be a little intimidating at first, I highly recommend it. It's very helpful for keeping, because it'll tell you how much of what you need. Like you can set up a whole shopping list of engineering a ship, and it'll tell you all the materials you need to gather to some degree to accomplish that. I've been after arsenic, but having trouble getting it. So I was thinking of collecting grade 4 mats from the crystals and then swap them material trader. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm doing here. This is just a really good spot for it, but you can do that almost anywhere. You can go. I mean, how do you determine where to go in the first place? Do you use like EDDB, or do you use an external site, or you just look in game, or how do you? Some people don't like the meta. They don't like to hop out and use external stuff, which I get. I wish those sorted by range. Guess I'm just gonna have to look around. That's what's got me running all over the place. Because I've never had a lot of luck with arsenic either. Which is why I pretty much chose to do it this way. And I still didn't look at how many dang things I have. I've said I'm going to do that like 3 times now. But I haven't. Probably not many. Because I just engineered a few ships, and if I had some, I'd probably trade them. Yeah, I don't have hardly any. I probably traded them out for other raw materials. But that's the beauty of doing this. Is that you get to come to one spot and kind of handle it all. Rather than have to run all over the map. Map the galaxy. However you'd like to refer to it. Looks like you guys are getting a butt shot on the puppy cam. He decided to turn around. It's starting to get a little warm in here. Nobody is home. I could, in theory, open the door. But because he is a puppy, he still likes to kind of get into stuff he's not supposed to. He's learning, but... That one went poof. That's a big request from me. If anyone has any connections to FDev, let me sort these by distance. Please. I don't know exactly what the sorting criteria is for this. If it's just by name, alphabetical ascending, I don't know how they do it, but please let me decide how I do that. That would be amazing. Thank you. Or even freeze it, where it doesn't change. It just keeps adding stuff to the bottom or removing it if it disappears. So I know I'm flying around sites doing combat or something, trying to target something, and the stuff's bouncing all over my screen. You know how big of a pain in the butt that is to target? Well, of course you guys do, but I'm just complaining, that's all. Polonium, surprise, surprise. Yeah, this is super effective. We're gonna have what we need in no time. I want to just look at what these are. Although I can't see them here, of course. I run out of ammo as well. I sent some of that. That one vanished. Which I don't mind. There's so many of these dang things here. I'm good with that. Some of them vanish. Just the fact that I can do this in the first place is kind of crazy. And that's on the other side, isn't it? Nope, it was in it. It was inside of the pillar. And I'd never seen this kind of site before. Like I said, when I first seen it, when Warpath was in it, I thought it was a Thargoid site at first. And I was like, wait a minute, those don't look right. That's not right. And then he explained what he was doing. And I was like, what? And I wrote all that down. Learn something new every day with this game. Poof. A lot of these are crystalline. That's on the other side. Yep. Almost shot at the wrong thing. That's on the other side. Let me run into a rock first, though. Yeah, I'm not very... apparently, I'm not that great with SRV either. Some people are crazy good with it. I am not one of those people. That's about... Oh, what the hell? We're here, and it's here. Let's see what's in it. If I can hit it. Carbon. Get that everywhere. Matter of fact, I'm even full of it because I've gotten it everywhere. Full of it, both figuratively and literally. Well, where is that one at? Is it up on top of this? Yep. Poof. Those are all way back there. Okay. Well, we'll do that differently. But yeah, I mean it's not super fast, but I mean nothing hard. The hardest thing about this would be making sure you have a ship you can get out here and do it with, but I'm pretty sure I started out with 0 polonium when I got here. Now we've been doing it for a little bit because I'm incredibly slow at it, but we'll see what much we've gotten so far. I got locked out of my controls. Now it's back. The only thing I can think of is that the HOTAS drivers crash and restart. I guess I'm gonna have to go into my Windows error log, put on my tech hat for a minute, and find out what the hell is going on with that. Polonium 33. So, and I don't know if we've been here 33 minutes or not, but 1 a minute. I mean, that's a pretty good return rate. That's not bad at all. No, I don't want that. There is something right here. That's not the same one. But yeah, it'd be nice to be able to sort those contacts by range. That's it. That way you can pick up what's next to you instead of having to... Nathon polonium take me forever just to find one piece. Yeah, well, and the other cool thing is that each one of these 4 planets here has a different type of rare material on it. So we'll fill up on 4 different high-grade materials before we leave and head back to trade those out when and as we need them. Because I don't mind trade. You lose when you trade, undoubtedly, but when you ask me, this isn't losing. This is actually fairly easy in comparison to going out and trying to find this stuff yourself. That's not what I want. not that either. There we go. And that's apparently on the other side of the rock. It's another thing I don't do very well, this whole Halo style driving. Not very good at that either. I don't drive the SRV too much because I'm not a big fan of the SRV either. Which is probably a sad thing, because if I had to guess, when they do finally implement some sort of planetary exploration, more so than what they have now, something that's actually really worth doing, it'll be in vehicles like this. That's what would make sense, and they already got mechanics for it in the game. I remember seeing pictures when the game was launching of all the different SRV models and stuff that they had, and different types of SRVs. So I know that can't be like off the plate. It's got to be something they've considered or are considering. I just hope it's a good patch for us, which I can't imagine it would be bad. It may be not as much as we expected. We need to get more types of SRVs. I agree. And again, I think it was on Malik's stream I was watching it, because he was one of the original beta testers too, I believe. But he's got some original artwork. And he showed it on the stream once. And it has several different types of SRVs in it. I mean, it's even got SRVs that look like troop carriers, sort of. I mean, they're bigger. And then you got to think, okay, well, how did that get there? Well, that would take a bigger ship. So, you know, then goes the imagination of the possibilities. I would be extremely surprised if we don't get some kind of squad or fleet ships, because I think there'll be a lot of unhappy people if that doesn't happen. They've been asking for it for so long. And cut on your end, maybe? I didn't get alerted that it stopped. And again, I haven't changed that bit rate yet. No, it cut out on you too. Yeah, we'll see. Because I didn't get a message. It still says I'm streaming just fine. Yeah, it's probably Twitch. Twitch stuttering. And it probably wouldn't even matter what bitrate or frame rate I'm streaming at. It'd probably be the same thing. Yeah, it's about a 10-second cut. Yeah, it's probably Twitch's back end. I tell you what we're going to do. We've been streaming now about 2 hours. Unless that, what time is it? No, it's been about 2 hours. I didn't know if it reset the timer when we had that problem earlier. I'm going to step away for a minute. I'm going to get me some hot coffee instead of the cold stuff sitting there. Stretch my legs for a minute. If you've been here with me, thank you so much for being here. Please get up and do the same. Stretch your legs as well. It's good to get that blood pumping. It takes a stream in just fine. It's on the delivery where the problem is. Right, exactly. Exactly. So not a lot we can do there. But next time we stream, we'll drop the rate a lot in the bit rate. Maybe even some to help a lot more people out that do like the mobile devices until we get so fortunate as to get encoding the way we want. Now I'm getting a red out for Twitch. Yeah, it's dropping down to like 1400 kbps, and now it's up to 9, and now down to 5. So yeah, it's Twitch is acting crazy. We're gonna break for a second. We're gonna see if that'll settle for a second, and then we'll be right back. So hang around. More to do. And we're back. Thanks for sticking around. Got myself some nice hot coffee. Jackson was in here dreaming again. I seen him kicking his feet when I was getting my coffee. All kinds of puppy dreams. So, and let me smack my mic. Sorry about that. I really wish I had a better way to arrange that. I'm going to have to see about that. It's kind of in my way. Just like this crystal is. Get out of my way. But yeah, I mean, like anybody else, I like finding the easier ways to accomplish what I'm trying. I almost, again, I was talking about earlier how, and I believe the way it happened, and I could be wrong. This is how I've understood it from the way it's been explained when I have inquired about it or heard about it, is that when a lot of this stuff first came out, there was a really long reset timer on it. It took a while for it to respawn. You couldn't relog or anything like that, and people were getting quite upset with it. So as a quick fix, so to speak, FDev let you relog to respawn it. And it may not have happened that quickly. It may have been a process to get to that step. Neenan, I didn't see the alert. Well, let me replay it. There we go. I didn't hear it. Maybe I missed it, or maybe you did it when we was on break. So we replayed it. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it so much. It means a lot. It means at least I'm doing something, right? I hope you're at least moderately entertained with my shenanigans. So yeah, I feel a little guilty sometimes when I relog. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I'm not one of those people that believes in using cheats or exploits. And because FDev did it, I know it's not, but it still feels wrong when you relog. It was while on break. I noticed when I got back, okay, well, I missed it, so we got to replay. So I got to thank you for that. And again, I appreciate that. We're trying to hit that 50 follower goal. It kind of gets us to the next step on Twitch. It lets us do a little more. It gives us access to a little more things for the community. And also, you guys get to laugh while my 140-pound Great Dane sits on my lap when that happens. Just keeping you in the loop. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Because we all know I fall out of that loop quite often. I'd like to think I'm getting better with it. I've been streaming again now for... I think I'm on my 3rd week of streaming again. I did stream, it's been so long ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago. I don't know, it's been a long time ago. And I don't even know if I'd really qualify as streaming. And I haven't done it since. But I've been gaming for so damn long, it just made sense. And I love the communities is what I miss the most. Maybe that's why I started streaming again. Because I used to play a lot of MMOs. And it was always the community that kept me coming back to the MMOs. It wasn't always the game. Yes, the game played a part. And I apologize for interrupting your stream. I enjoy playing Elite just over a month. I still have a ton to learn. It's that's why we're here. Welcome to Elite Dangerous. Welcome to the community. You'll find most of these people, first of all, most people in the chat probably know a ton more about the game than I do. So always ask. Someone will probably know the answer. And if not, there are lots of other great streamers in this community. Just go to the Elite Dangerous page that are happy to help. We love to help. That's what we're all about. It's what makes this community so great. So if we can help, we will sure try. Try to do my best to not steer you wrong. Where the hell is that at? Oh, it's that thing on the side of the rock that I don't want. You're most welcome. It's a really fun game. I will undoubtedly be more thankful when they put more content in that is more conducive to group play. The multi-crew, I think, is amazing in concept, but it needs a lot of work. But I enjoy the multi-crew stuff. I really love flying those fighters too. They're a lot of fun. If you've never flown fighters and you like flying small, fast, nimble ships, definitely try it out. Because even the smallest ships, like I got the Imperial Eagle yesterday, we were building, because I wanted to basically kind of try to recreate a fighter, but with a lot more DPS. So I built an Imperial fighter with rails. It does about, excuse me, it does about 150 DPS. Take that back. With both rails, it's like 120. The 150 is with the beam laser that I don't really count because it's there for a different purpose, which isn't bad. And we were engineering and we ran out of materials to finish some of it. I need to collect engineering materials anyway, and so that's why today we're out here collecting some materials. Kind of chilling, talking to peoples. But yeah, you can always catch a lot of really helpful people in the game if you ever have questions. I think they need to add multi-crew to SRVs so people could join others in adventures like what you're doing right now. Yeah, and when we first started doing the multi-crew stuff, we thought about that as like, well, hey, we'll go down, because you can get ships with two an SRV bay that has two SRVs, and move out and explore. And I did a little bit of poking around about it. First of all, you can't do that yet, of course, and you probably already know that. But I think the post I was reading, it was a forum post or something, and FDev said something to the effect of, it's the mechanics of it that make it difficult to implement, that it was something that they wanted to do, but they had to rework some stuff to make it happen. Because you have the situations where, like right now, my ship is fairly close to me, and that's why it's still here. If I got very far from it, it would disappear. So if I came here in multi-crew and we both got out of the SRV, well, first of all, you got the problem with the materials you gather, who gets it, where it goes. If the ship leaves, now is that person stuck in an SRV? What if the other person logs out? And, of course, we can think of scenarios that would fix that. But again, they were kind of running through the scenarios that made it difficult to implement, and they just didn't really have the system in place for it yet. So I like to think that it's something that they are wanting to do, and they probably will be doing, which I'm excited to see. The more multi-crew stuff we can get, the more I enjoy it. We go out, I say we go out, we used to. We haven't in several weeks because they haven't really been around, but we would go out on, I think it was Monday nights is when we were doing it. And me and a few friends that I generally play the game with, we'd go out in the larger ships with the fighter bays. And we would just kind of take turns swapping on each other's ships, doing multi-crew. Go out to combat sites and fly the fighters and goof around, have fun, get killed. Get fined usually, sent to the damn prisons, or most of the time. But we had a lot of fun doing it. And again, to me, that's what it's about. The game and the genre, of course, plays a big role in whether or not you like the game, but it's the community that drives it. Definitely. And I think that's why this game has done as well as it has up to this point. It's a really good community of helpful people. I mean, you have your few everywhere, but you don't run into them too often. Because they're not allowed to gain right now, so for people that are like that. But that could change too, but as long as we all actively help police your own community. Help nurture and build the community you want to be in. Don't promote bad ones. That's how we keep it going. Because it's not too common anymore that you can get any kind of multiplayer game that's not somewhat toxic. And I haven't seen much of it here yet, thankfully. Stop. Thank you. But yeah, it's a really good game too. I've always loved sci-fi space games. I'm a fan of Star Wars, Star Trek, and all that. Although I did play the Star Wars game for a while. I've not really played the Star Trek games. I don't know why, but they just never really appealed to me for some reason. Which is kind of amazing because I enjoyed the original and Generations. There we go. But I like sci-fi stuff. Always have. Tickles the imagination. We can probably fill up from one of these biologicals. And from what I understand from what Warpath was saying, every biological is like this. One thing I found was buggy was the deep core mining. If you're in a wing, it just gets messed up. Totally agree. I think KT's here. I think he's just lurking. I think he's cleaning house. Yeah, and it's Kurodasu. Kurodasu, I think that's how you pronounce it, which is amazing. I've always called him KT and I've known him for a long time. So I don't really know how he pronounces that whole thing. But we did some of that core mining in multi-crew. And we ran into all kinds of weird stuff. Where if he was in spectator mode, or in spectator, if he wasn't a gunner, and I tried to core mine, I couldn't. Once the seismic charge hit the asteroid, on my screen it blew up. And I got no graph or anything. On his screen, he's seen it land. And it was just weird stuff like that, or the asteroid rotations would get out of sync between the clients. So I would be flying by an asteroid that might be, weird shaped and we'd be fine, but he'd see it like clip the whole ship. Just weird stuff like that. And I'm sure that's just a engine thing where they haven't really worked a lot on doing that. Hopefully that's a lot of the stuff we're going to get fixed. I don't know. They haven't let me down. I haven't had super high expectations of the game in the first place. Not that I don't think it's a good game. I just try not to hype it too much because you just never know what they're going to be dealing with. But I think they've done a pretty good job of steadily adding content. It's been a little slow, I think. But I also think it might be just a lot of back-end stuff that they're working on. A lot of stuff we can't see to make the other stuff possible. I think that may be a good chunk of it. Or at least that's what I tell myself. Because it's a lot of work. Those are no joke. I have toyed around with them before, building them in things like Unreal Engine and whatnot, just because, again, I've been a gamer all my life, so it seemed like a curious thing, see how it works, how they're built. And, single-player games, they're not easy, but they are a whole hell of a lot simpler than multiplayer. And it's just because of the whole infrastructure you need in place to support the multiplayer, and then add persistent on top of that, it can become quite messy. So I sympathize with them for that, but I've often also said that I wouldn't mind more cosmetic type of microtransactions in the game. But I also would like them to break some stuff up. Like some of the wing kits and some of that, I wish they would kind of break those up more so you could just, because you get like a couple sets with the pack. Maybe I didn't like the other sets. I just wanted one, make it a little cheaper. That way I could buy more specific sets for more ships. But I've played Warframe for a long time, and I dumped a whole lot of money into that game. And I do it to help support the developers and help support the development of the game that I enjoy playing. And I don't mind doing that, as long as they don't abuse that system and it doesn't become a pay to win. I'm all for it. If it helps get the stuff out the door and it's just not the company being greedy, I'll help all I can within reason. That's way over there. I almost wish I could get this map in turret mode so I could see what I'm looking at. That would be kind of a nice. There's another feature request to add to the bazillion that are already out there. I think that was one up here. Yep. Yeah, there's nothing in it. And there's one. So we're up to 69 of those polonium. I don't mind the packs, but I would love to see everything in them as single items as well. Yeah, even some of the paint jobs, it's cool if they want to have like packs, like a gold pack or a bronze pack where you can get a bunch at once, but let me single them out too. I think on this Anaconda I've got that pirate because I like that whole red and black look to it, but it gave me all of them. I'll never use the rest of them. It's not worth. I would have rather had that a little cheaper and then been able to buy with that same amount of money more little packs. But maybe that's what they're thinking. Maybe if they pack them, they squeeze a little more out of you maybe. But for me, the way I invest in games I enjoy because I like to support developers, they don't have to worry about me spending money on it. I'll do it if they give me stuff that I want to spend it on. But when I have to spend money on things I don't want, that's where I start to have difficulty with it. And again, that's just me, my opinion. What is that? No, that's the polonium. Did it fall into that? I just waltzed all the way around it. Yeah, with games like Warframe, and you could probably almost consider that a pay to win, sort of. The type of game it was, it didn't really benefit you that much. I PvP'd in that game a little bit, not a whole lot. It just never really felt like a pay to win mechanic. And I really liked the game. I liked the community. I was playing with a bunch of friends. I spent a lot of money on it. I'd buy their Prime packs and whatnot, help support them. And then they went back, again, personal opinion. They went back and started creating even more variations of the same frames with just a little extra perks. And the packs and stuff were still all the same prices. It just, to me, it felt like they ran out of ideas. Like maybe this game has kind of hit the end of its life cycle and it's just time to let it wind down and start a new one or something. You know, that's how I felt about it. So I haven't bought any more. I mean, I have Excalibur Prime on that. If you're familiar with Warframe, then you know that's you had to be an original player to get that frame. So it's not like I haven't been playing it a while. Puppy needs attention. Yeah, I don't know what he's looking out the door right now. He probably just wonders what's going on. What do you think, buddy? What are you wanting? You need a drink or something? What are you looking at? There's nothing over there. You seeing ghosts? He's somewhat ignoring me. He hears me because every time I talk, his ears go back and he wags his tail, but he won't look at me. He may in a minute. I don't know. He may just gotten too much sleep and he's ready to get up for a minute. Which means he may turn to a turd in a minute. We'll see. I know the cam's pretty much off of him now, but he's likely to move again in a minute, so. Does he smell food? No, I don't think so. We don't have any food out. What are you doing? What are you doing? You decide to wake up? And you got boogers in your eyes. You decide to wake up? Thank you. Thank you for the hugs. Appreciate that. Thank you. So Danes, if you've never had one or you've never been around one, super affectionate dogs. Super lovey. They love to be around people. They love the attention. They get a bit jealous when other dogs get attention. Or when you ignore them, you're pushing me backwards in the chair, you big oaf. Yes, you are. He's a knucklehead. Love him to death, though. Stop! So when I stop petting him, he's pushing me back in the chair. Are you done? Are you done now? Yeah, okay. I think he might be done. He's a turkey. Yeah, they're super affectionate. They're a little thick-headed. They're a little difficult to train, not because they're not smart, but because they like to do what they want to do. They talk back, which he does a lot, and they don't like being ignored. So, but they're great dogs. Really do love them to death. Glad when he matures a little more, though. It'd be nice to not have to, like our other dogs. But we don't even have kennels in the house. He has a kennel. And he has one because he can't be left alone. Because if we leave him alone, he gets into things that he's not supposed to get into. Yeah, I know. What are you doing? What are you doing? I gave you attention. I gave you attention already. I guess I gave you loving already. The big goober. He's getting bored. What time is it? Well, it's still a long time for it's time to go out. Yeah. So you're just bored. And you feel I'm your new play toy. I could get your bone for you. Let me do that. Let me get you a bone you can play with. Like I said, when he gets bored, it's like a toddler. Come kicking and screaming and playing and aren't you? Let me go grab him a bone real quick. I'll just leave this on. Bear with me just a second. Oh, what do I got? Huh? What do I have? Want that? Oh boy. Alright. We gave him a bone to play with. So that'll keep him busy for a little bit, and then he'll get tired of that and he'll be back up on us again. He sounds like he's been around too many Dalmatians. It's so their way. I think, well, Dalmatians are beautiful dogs. I've never particularly wanted to have the breed because I've heard they're a pretty obnoxious breed to try to raise and deal with. I don't know the full extent of it, but I don't see too many of them either working in the... Holy cow. Working in the rescue and volunteer stuff. I don't see many of them either. Which is a good thing. I'm glad I don't. Where the hell was that at? They're great dogs, but they're smart and they're thieves. Yeah, that's not good. Jackson has that problem from time to time. Well, he used to. He's not really doing it anymore. We about got him broke of it, but not long after we got him, his vice is breads. For whatever reason, man, he loves breads. It might just be all the carbs. But he would grab, I mean, we keep bread and stuff on the counters, but it's up kind of high, but he's big. I've had to pull entire loaves of bread out of his mouth before. He's just hanging on to it sitting there. But he hasn't done that in a long time, thankfully. And it might have just been more of a nutritional thing at the time. His body knew that he needed the carbs because he was really thin when we got him. So that's what he did. That one went poof. And I know this, I'm quite certain that this isn't super exciting for you guys. But it's something we need to do. It's something that is part of the game. But we're still happy to sit here and chat with you guys. Talk about this, that, or the other. Oh my goodness, buddy. He is chomping that thing. At least it's not me he's chewing on. There's that one, but what are these other two? Right there. And that one, poof. The other one must be right here. Yep. There's just so much of this stuff here. It's crazy. Which I know makes it unexciting. What were we up to, by the way? I didn't pay any mind to it. Didn't pay any attention. I don't know, probably up around 100 now, maybe. Somewhere in there. There's just so doggone many of them. I'll make myself seasick by just doing circles. Yeah, it looks like it's just about all you get out of this. Other than hitting those, I don't even know how you pronounce it. Pisces? And I'm sure I butchered that. But the last one we hit was just carbon, and we were already full on carbon. So yeah, if that's all you're looking for is the high grades. Goodness. And obviously they put it, you know, have to have put it in the game, so it was intended this way. Oops. There's a wall there. Or a rock, anyway. Is that a cobble? That's too far away. Where's the one that... There was something right here. We're sitting on top of it almost. I sure don't see it. Oh, it's that right there. Let's see if this is carbon. Oh, it's phosphorus this time, so you can get a few different things out of it. And we're not full on that. We have quite a few, though. We have 188. I'm reading that right. Fuel. We need fuel.
Synthesis complete.
It's another great reason to have materials. So when you're out doing stuff like this forever, you can synth your own fuel and ammo, which we probably... Oh, we start 717. We're gonna need that before long. Something else. He'll probably get to the point where he starts to get bored with it. So he'll start smacking it around everywhere. And he's gonna end up breaking something. Hopefully nothing important. Goodness, buddy, you're gonna break your teeth. Yeah, you're gonna break your teeth. Nothing there. It must be on the other side. Yeah, it's 105 away. Where's this one at then? There it is. Other side. That one poofed. They're so small to hit. It's a bit crazy. I mean, it's better than the ones that in the geologicals where they're all buried in the ground. You gotta fly around like an idiot trying to get the right angle on it. Especially when you really suck at moving the SRV around like I do. I can really hit that from here. No. Is that on the, I mean, on the other side of that rock? Oh, it's right there on the rock. Sulfur. Oh, we're almost full on that. Matter of fact, we got 299, so 2 of these will get turned into space dust. That's alright, too. Actually, did we use that to synth our fuel? Maybe that's what that was. Maybe that's why we were down to 299. Because you get a lot of that stuff, the base materials, like that from just mining in general. If you do any normal surface mining, I don't think you get any from like that from core mining. Man, this is far easier than trying to go and farm up all those particular materials themselves. Because I remember that grind. Forward, please. I mean, you lose a lot on the exchange rate, but there's nothing hard about this to make me worry about a bad trade rate. Where is that? Right there. Too much wobble there. Yep, he got bored of it. Here he comes. He's gonna be a turd. No, he decided to go back into it. Where's this one at? That's it. And again, this is 3 polonium every time. I mean, can't complain about that. And then we had polonium, ruthonium, I think it was called. I know it starts with an R. These are patterns. I want patterns. Ruthenium. See, I've got 0 right now. We're gonna go to. Hey, stop kicking my stuff. He's liable to disconnect the internet for stuff he's kicking. Knock it off. I don't know if you can see him, what he's doing right now. Let's see if I can catch it. Oh, I missed it. But he was, You're being a turd, aren't you? Yeah. He had his head all twisted up. It was really cute. But after this one, this is polonium. Then we're going to go to C5A, and that's going to be the technetium. Technetium, I think it was called. Yep, technetium. We actually have 24 of those. And you cap at 150. Do we cap at 150 on the polonium as well? We do. So it looks like all those high grades, they cap at 150. And then we're going to go from there to C1. No, that was C1D. Ruthenium. Right? We have 48 of those. And C3B for tellurium and technetium. Tellurium, we got 34 of those and 24 of those. So we have a few of those. We were completely out of this polonium though. But that'll give us a lot to trade with, and we can get pretty much whatever we want out of the trading. And that's of course on the other side. Catch that. Which I haven't really decided, you know, once I get that eagle kind of finished up. I say kind of finished up. I'm not even that worried about finishing it, really. Just a few of the parts, doing a few of the things to it that I think really make a difference to the build. But I don't really know what we're going to do after that. I haven't really made any plans. I mean, there's lots of things we can do. But I want to make sure it's, of course, something you guys are going to enjoy seeing as well. Coming along for the ride. We do need to grind up our Imperial rep just to unlock the cutter, to have it unlocked. I don't like that hanging over my head. We need to get another rank in combat, which that's going to be a long, grindy process, I'm sure of it. Because I did start to work on that, and I couldn't for the life of me just find a good spot to grind on it. But we need to do that. We can do more exploration. Yeah, it's kind of up to you guys and kind of what you'd like to do and what you'd like to see. But we really need to get our materials back in check. Looks like maybe Twitch settled down. At least a little bit. And like I said, next time on Sunday, we'll drop down to 720. I'll actually research it a bit. I'll see if it's better to go at 720 or 900 and then what the bit rate should be. So that, you know, it may be that I only go to 900, but I drop the bit rate. I got to see how it really plays in with how you guys get it and how well it works for you. And of course, that's going to vary by person. But we'll try to hit a good sweet spot with it for a while. So I can have the option to have different transcoding all the time. That would be nice. And you guys being here and hanging out, chatting it up, asking questions is a huge help in getting to that point. So again, if you're here, even if you haven't said anything, if you're leaving a lurk, whatever, I really appreciate you. It helps a lot. Several of you already stream and you know that. It makes a huge difference on getting those stepping stones accomplished, getting more things available for the community, for you to do with the community. So I'm very grateful for that, because I know there are a ton of great streamers out there you could be watching right now, and instead you're here watching this bad one. So I thank you for that. It's the puppies. So that's why I put the puppies on stream. Figure if I can't sell it, maybe they can. Maybe. Poof. Yeah, I think it would be like, why can't we have that radar up here? There's a big spot for it. You know, there's all kinds of space down at the bottom of the screen. Why can't we have it there as well? That would be helpful. That's not what I meant to do. Yes, my joystick is very loud. I don't know if that's it. Yes, that's it, finally. And it is right there. Well, we're getting a lot that are vanishing now. Again, I can't really complain because, holy cow, we've gotten a lot out of this site so far. And this is only one. I think there was, I don't remember how many there were. There was a lot of them on this planet. That's way too far away. That is not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. That's side. So yeah, we're almost full on it. We're at 123, 150. So we won't be here much longer. We'll be moving on to the next planet. And see what we can get from over there. Well, I think we kind of already know what we're going to get, but we'll see if I can manage to kill myself along the way. Which everybody knows I'm great at, right? Let's be 129. My ship. Yeah, I don't know that I could drive this thing without a HOTAS. At least not very well. Not that I drive it that well now, but it's even worse if I try to do it on a keyboard. That just, I guess that just vanished because it just untargeted. I totally missed targeting that one. It was 132, right? Yeah, the other breed of dog that I believe is complete psychopath is a husky. I don't know if any of you are husky owners. They're beautiful dogs, but totally crazy. We get some that come to the shelter sometimes. And when they come in, you would think they were rabid and would kill somebody and whatnot. And the next day, they're like cuddling with you. I don't really understand the dog myself. Alaskan or Siberian? Alaskan. And I say that not knowing, I don't think I've really ran into too many Siberians. It's mostly the Alaskan that I've had association with. And it may not be them all, and maybe that's why a lot of them that I run into are at shelters, because they're the crazy ones. So the geological sites are only on planets with volcanism? I don't think so. You can, I've never really checked that, whether or not they need a volcanism on it. But in my particular case, now I'm at biological, which I know is weird because I'm farming materials. But I think it's these spikes that are the biological in it. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not sure if the volcanism matters so much. I know that they need to be landfall planets, so they'll have the little blue landing icon on there so you can actually land on it. But that would be a good question for Google maybe, or somebody else in here that might know. Alaskan does make good social dogs, though. You mean, what kind of... I don't know if I know what you mean by social dogs. You mean dogs that work well in packs? Or... don't ever leave one alone. Ah, I gotcha. And maybe that's something to do with it. They get in those at the shelter sometimes, and sometimes they are alone. But I've many times when we pull up to the shelter, we know if they've got huskies there. Before we even get out of the car, we know if they have huskies there because you will hear them. Very unique. Half the time it sounds like they're trying to chop some lady up in back because they scream more or less when they're unhappy. And I don't know what that one in particular stands out in my mind. It's been a couple months ago, but I remember somebody bringing them in. I don't know the full story. I wasn't involved in it. I was just there when it was happening. But somebody brought them in. The ones I met in Sweden don't scream, and the ones here do. Holy cow! They brought him in for some reason or another. I don't know if he was a stray, if he was getting turned in. I don't know what it was. But the staff had to use the poles with the loops on the end. 2 staff members keep him in between them because that dog was ready to kill somebody. Or at least it seemed. That's how he was behaving. Whether or not he would have, I don't know. They got him put up. And the next day... what's the next day? It might have been several days later when I was back up there. I remember seeing the dog, and the dog was pretty fine, even with being around people. So it had to be a situational... I don't know. My niece has one, same deal. They're just crazy. They're just all like they're moody or something. I don't know, but all over the place. I could never own one. That would drive me nuts. Trying to sort... because I like to try to make sure the dogs stay happy and content and get enough playtime and run time and rest time. But with a dog like that, they're like all over the place. That and the screaming. Oh my gosh. It's like blood curdling. But you always knew when there was huskies there, because as soon as you opened the car door, you could hear them out in the shelter barking, or screaming, should I say. Is that the door I heard? What time is it? Oh, Mom might be home. Let's see him go by the door, though. But yeah, and if you remind me here in a bit, I'll show you the picture. I have a picture of my niece and her husky. Actually caught a pretty good shot. Excuse you, sir. Excuse you. What are you wanting? You just wanting attention? Apparently. Ow, you're breaking my arm. Come over here if you want attention. I don't want you breaking my arm. No, I don't want you breaking my arm. That hurts. So you need some love? So you need some loving? You're so mistreated. Yes, you're so mistreated, you poor thing. The Siberians are calm though. Beautiful white floofs. Yeah, like I said, I don't know a lot about the breed. I just know that many of the Huskies that I have experienced have been crazy. And that may be why they end up there, and maybe I have an abundance of experience with that type of dog. No, I am not your chew toy. You have a bone. I am not your chew toy. You have a bone. And it's not time to go out. No, it's not time to go out either. Goodness. Yeah, you can see how excited I am about having him sit on my lap. He's gonna break me in half. Aren't you? Aren't you? He's such a turkey. You are such a turkey. Yes, you are such a turkey. And you need a bath too. You guys haven't been to the groomer in about a month. You need to go. You starting to get stinky. I am not your chew toy. You know better. And that's another thing we're working on. That puppy on him, he likes to try to mouth. And he's way too big for that. I remember when we were first working with him on that. I mean, he would mouth the entire side of my body. I would hate to get a mean Great Dane. They could hurt you. No. No. I'm giving you attention. And you're slobbering on my shirt. I'm giving you attention. Jess, I'm giving you attention. I need to go chew on your bone. Okay? I need my arm back. I need my arm back, stinky boy. And you've got red or something in your eye. I don't know from what. No. It's a hard habit to break with him. He gets a little. It's the excitement, I guess, not knowing what to do with it, so he starts to mouth. You've got a bone for that. Here it is, right here. You want that? Sit. Shake. All right, good boy. There you go. There, he got a brand new bone. I don't think he remembered having it. Yeah, he's really smart. He's smarter than he likes to let on. He'll play stupid sometimes. Like he was doing a while ago when I was talking to him. He was looking out the door. I know he heard me because his ears would go back and he'd wag his tail, but he would not look at me when I was talking to him. $135. 138. Almost there. Almost there. So we need, was that 141? Is that where we're at now, I think? I need 3 more. Oh, come on, really? Apparently. And of course that one went poof after I worked my tail off to get it. There's some cobble. We'll go ahead and shoot it because you never know. Nickel. We're full of nickel. We are full on nickel. I guess with only 150 of each, I mean, stocking up on 4 of them will be helpful for trading, but if you could only do 1 of them, that could be very limited usefulness because you lose so much on the trades. one poofed. I surely hope we can finish our fill here and we don't have to go to a whole different site for like 2 or 3. It's not looking very promising at the moment. Unless I'm just missing a bunch somewhere. Which could be. Ah! Why do they make these SRVs so damn torquey? I don't get that either. Like they have a lot, like they'll break the wheels loose and nothing flat. I mean, I know we're in a somewhat light grav world. It's not too bad though. We're full of that. Some more of the cobble. We don't want that. He's basically under my chair eating that thing. Oh, come on, really? You're not gonna let me finish filling up? Because it looks like we might have cleaned this place out. It's looking like it. There's that one there, that signal there. Well, there's 2 signals over there, but that's the ship. Don't push my chair, you goober. I'm pushing my chair. I just missed that. Just see if there. Yeah, see, there's no signals that way. So I think this is it. We almost filled up. I'm not gonna bother going to a whole different site for a couple of them. We'll just leave that where it is. Just got locked out of my controls. Give me my controls back, please. Thank you. Thankfully, I wasn't going incredibly fast. Where was that at? Right here. Carbon, which we have plenty of. See what the ship comes back at. Holy crap. Thought I was going to land over there. That's such a big ship. I know it's smaller than the cutter. It's not much smaller.
Eagle has touched down at 36601 C4Z. SRV standing by for recovery.
Oh, I was going to let you guys know too. I probably should have earlier when there was more people in here. But I do have Discord set up for the community. It's kind of in beta mode right now. I have a temporary link up. This link's only going to be good for 24 hours. If you're interested in joining our Discord, you can hop on there. And it usually it'll say, you know, when we're going live and things like that. And there's a few of us in there. There's not too many right now. I haven't. That's really the first time I've announced it in channel. So if you're curious and you want to join, you're more than welcome. All I ask is play nice. So now we need to go to, see, we're at 1A now, so I guess we'll go to 5A. That'll probably be the closest, I assume. I don't know why I went to that map. No, don't even think about it. He's thinking about getting up on that couch. I know what you were doing. I know exactly what you were doing. You're not that sly. That's not Jackson's bed. No, that's not his bed. So we're gonna go right over here and get ruthenium. Here we go. He wants something. No. No, that's enough. There's nobody out there. Mom's not here. I know that's loud on your end, and I apologize. We won't let it go on too long. If he gets too obnoxious, we'll put him in his kennel. No. You don't need to go out there. You smack the microphone, silly. Cage is out there and Gracie's out there, and that's it. Nobody else is home. You would just get into trouble out there. You don't need to go out there. Really? Really? I gave you your bone. I can't do anything else for you right now. It's not time to eat. It's not time to go out. It's not too far from it, though. And you stink. What'd you get into? Can I have my arm back, please? Can I have it? Yes? No? The way he looks at you sometimes, you think he knows exactly what you're saying. Which I know dogs are extremely good at reading body language. They're better at reading body language than people are, of course. We did get that selected. So that's where we're headed next. There's nothing out there. May take a short break in a second and go figure out what he's wanting. Make sure he doesn't need a drink. Because he has been in here for a bit and it's a little warm in here. And then we're going to go over to this next planet and we'll work on a little ruthenium. Get that stocked up. We'll try to be a bit faster about it. What's she doing? You watching Gracie? You don't know what she's doing? Is that why you're irritated? Is that why? Excuse you? That was my face. He's wanting something. For sure. Hang on a second, buddy. Get away from this planet. And like I said, we're gonna go make sure he's not wanting a drink or something, and we may trade him out for Gracie. Let her come in for a bit. She's half his size, if not less. But she's also a Great Dane mix. Alright, I'm just going to throttle it back there. Give me just a few minutes here again. I'm going to see what he wants. Make sure everything's cool, and I will be right back. Thanks for hanging out. back. Oh, we've got a special guest in here now. Cage is actually in here, and he never comes in here. I'm gonna switch that over and see. Hey, buddy. Not you, Grace. I want to see Cage. You come in here all the time. And of course, she's gonna be up here with me, and this camera. Yeah, I am not moving that camera. I'd have to tear apart the tripod. I don't have pictures of down there, but Gracie, she's Blackmouth Cur Great Dane mix. She's so beautiful too. She's a pretty girl. She's a beautiful dog, and she's really well behaved. She's got a pretty good prey drive. She's really the only one that does. The other two dogs don't really care. And that's, I can barely make out shapes in that picture because it's like a mini and a mini. So hopefully we've got a lot of her in there. It's probably just half. Why are you licking your feet? Your toes hurting? She usually only licks something when it's sore. So we're going to fly over here and find some Ruthenium. What are we up to now, follower-wise, by the way? View docs. Twitch stats. 36. We are getting there. We are almost there. $14 more to the 50. And then Jackson gets to crush me. This is a little bit of a shot away, isn't it? Hopefully it's not too bad finding the geologicals. I don't remember how many was there. I'm pretty sure we're going to have to map it first anyway. While I overshoot it because I was looking at something else. Whoa, Nelly. This is my recon loop. That's what I call it. This is Terminator track. I like this one. I'll turn it up a little bit for a minute. Jeff, if you're interested in his music, links below. It's Edge and Music. You see he's for all these soundtracks right from his website. Alright, we got 2 probes again. These are itty bitty. Itty bitty plants. Oh, and these are really close to each other too. What the hell just happened there?
Mapping is now complete. Efficiency bonus granted.
Did you guys see that as well? What the hell is going on with that planet on the right? It's done. I'm just gonna do it again for the sake of doing it. Just see if it does it again. Yeah, why am I getting a ghost image? What in the heck is up with that? Are there actually 2 planets here? Is that targetable, or is this just a... Oh. C1E. And this one is C1D. Huh. I think we just might have found a bug. I don't know, I'll have to clip that out later. Because I don't know how the hell I would explain that. But we're in scan mode. Let's shoot it. Probe at it. Yeah, it's... That's bizarre. Very bizarre behavior. It's like the front of this one is the back of that one. Very curious. Again, I'll have to get me out of here. I'll have to report that one. Nobody's ran into that before. Here's a biological. Where's that? It's on this side. Way too steep. And all I'm doing here is cutting my degree of approach down so I don't come at it so steeply, otherwise it won't let me get glide mode. But if you do it right, if you come at it at the right angle, you're almost on top of it by the time you come on a glide. Or at least extremely close to it. Unlike sometimes when I land there and I'm ways away. When I'm paying too much attention to other things. Looks like Cage has got the bone now instead of Gracie and Jackson. Well, let's see what kind of terrain we're working with. We did drop out a little further away than I wanted. I think it moved though when we got close. The reticule moved some. There it is. It just popped in. What's the G here? That's another thing. I cannot read the G-force on this planet because of the way it overlays on the ship. It's mixed in with blue and orange, and so hopefully it's not too crazy. Doesn't seem like it is. Wow, that's a steep hill though. Well, we had a place there. I'd like to get a little closer though. I just seen that light. Oh, there it is. See if it'll stay that way. Nope. And this is like laying at those guardian sites. You fight with the terrain as you move. See, we get close and it's not suitable. You lift up and it is. And I'm sure that's because of the focal range that it's looking at on the ground. And by the time we get close enough to actually land, it says, nope, that's not good enough. Scoot down some. Where it appears to be a little bit flatter. Just drug my hind end on something there. Well, actually, that looks worse. It didn't look that way. Seeing it. Maybe the top of the hill is the answer. Because the bottom of it was in bad shape. Oh, here we go. This looks big and flat. Maybe. A little bit. Maybe.
Touchdown on your 3660.
Yep, we got it. It's a little bumpy, but
Coordinates are minus 13.23 degrees latitude, 89.53 degrees longitude. SRV away. Buggy standing by for recovery.
low gravity. Now I can see it. It's 0.006. Oh, it's kind of small. I'm running in a small window for the sake of the stream. go poke at it. We don't have a lot of ammo left, so we're going to have to make some more here shortly. Oh, some rough terrain. That's some bumpy stuff. That looks like it's on the other side. No, it's probably in the middle. Yep, ruthenium. That says 0 of 150. I thought we said we had 24. Well, now we got 3. So that's a start. That'll never go high enough to hit that. And that's the part I don't understand. Why that targeting system works that way. Why does it stay on the lower third of a model? It's incredibly annoying. There has to be a good reason for it, or I'm sure it wouldn't still be that way. I feel a sneeze coming on. Yes, I do. Of course, it's that time of year. Allergies are crazy. Starting to get a bit hungry. It's lunchtime. Actually, it's almost dinner time. Not too far from it. I usually try to eat before the stream to hold out for a long time. But I was working on that water heater and it kind of slipped my mind. And I'm not for sure what we're going to have today. Oh my goodness. That's probably, nope. That's probably on that side, but it was not. This is lower gravity than the last planet. It has to be because these things are basically flying across the screen when I knock them loose. I'm just kind of sweeping the area here. Since I can't see the dots in turret mode, I didn't get it targeted. Didn't get it targeted. So exciting. Wow, I was completely stuck there for a second. Like, I wonder what the biological part of this place is. I didn't really seen anything. Of course, I haven't really been looking for anything. If they're supposed to be biological, it has to be the crystals. But we don't have... we don't have anything here to scan, so... I don't know. A puzzle for me. I don't even know what sounds good. I think I got bacon in there. Let's do some BLTs. That sounds kind of good. stomach growl just now. I don't know if you heard it. There's something. Oh, right here. See it. So that's a ways over there. There's something like right here. There it is. Oh, come on, don't make me chase you down the hill. Turkey. Because I know I knocked another ruthenium off over here somewhere. I haven't collected it yet. That's the other thing I hate too. I don't know exactly how they determine targeting for this. But there's no like next target kind of functionality to it. Because there's what I was, nope, that's not what I was looking for either. There's something a lot closer. Like there's just no good way to target stuff. A little bit by luck, and a little bit by what you know about it. That's that ruthenium that I shot off earlier. I think, where the heck is it? All the way up against the rock. We have one bullet left. I guess we better make a few. Sulfur, phosphorus.
Synthesis complete.
Now we have full ammo. Good to go. Oh, come on. It's a lot of bullets to waste because your targeting system is so bad. Sulfur, we just used one of those, so having another one to replenish that, or three actually, because there's three in every one. Yep, now we're full on that again. Where are we going? Right here. Like, why isn't it targeting these two that are right in front of me? I don't know why it doesn't. There's that one. I had it targeted, I think, twice, and I lost it twice. I had to go all the way at the bottom. So it is alphabetical sorting. Six. We don't even have to move for that one. Yep, gotta back up. Like, what is wrong with targeting the stuff right in my face? I don't... Like, why doesn't it do that? Is it just too high on my screen, I guess? Perhaps? Oh my goodness. Need to stretch myself. This is definitely not one of my more favorite parts of Elite. I don't mind the meticulousness of gathering materials. And I mean, nothing, not everything should be easy. It makes you appreciate it more when you have it. It'd be interesting though for a different way to mix this up. Like, I don't know. Half of me wants to say, well, we should be able to buy these materials. Maybe that'll come with like a trade system where people can go out and mine these, sell them to a market, and that market will have X amount until they're sold. I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Iron. Do we have, we full on that? No, almost. Almost. That's it right there. Apparently too high to target. I think we're going to go about another, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. And we'll probably cut it off for a while. I'm going to go fill my belly and whatnot. And we're going to start back up in a little while. And I'm going to down res that so that the people on the mobiles can let me know if that works better for them. And we'll do a little more. We'll probably be here doing this same gathering. I know, not over exciting, but hey, you get to hang out with us, and we always love that. I know we have a few lurkers right now, and that's cool. Come and lurk. Good with that too. Either way, I appreciate it. And if you have any questions, ask away. I may not know the answer. We might be able to find it, or some of these other brilliant people that come by, they may be able to answer it for you. Like how that went way up in the air. Oh, okay, I did get it back. I thought I untargeted it and then it got too far away. It's gonna go in that. Nope, it hit that rock. Mm. And I was mentioning before, if you didn't catch it, if you want to catch any of my old VODs, I do archive all these. Of course, I don't think I've really been doing this long enough yet that many of my VODs have fell off of Twitch. But if they do, you can also catch them on YouTube. All those links are below. You can watch me make a fool of myself and do really silly things. Oh my gosh, the torque. I guess if I didn't have full pips to engines, it probably wouldn't do that. Let's put us up to 63. Where in the heck did that thing go? Straight up? Nope, just over. Like this thing is right in front of me and it won't target it. When I get in the turret, it's the first thing it targets. Interesting behavior. Just kind of running around the outskirts right now, cleaning it up. We'll just kind of circle our way in, I guess. The last time we more ran all over the place, and that wasn't very productive, I don't think. It took us a bit longer than it needed to. Another one right here somewhere. It's low. A little bit low. Gosh, that's just a waste of ammo to even shoot at that thing that way. It's a waste of ammo to shoot at when you're not hitting it too. And of course there was nothing in it either. Right in front of you. Showing something else here. It must be lower. Oh, it's one of those fun ones. Actually, that's on the other side of the hill. That's why we can't get that. Is it just the one? I thought there was another one here. There is. Must be the UPS truck, because that's the only other big truck I know that would come through here at this time. Grace, that's enough. She's very protective of the house. She's like a total princess. It's quite a contradiction in behavior. Oh yes, grumpy butt, I hear you. We hear you. But yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna make for dinner. I don't think I have anything It sounds amazing. It's some good barbecue. That sounds really good right now. Had that really killer burger yesterday, and now that's kind of spoiled me for eating flavorful food anyway. Oh, we actually hit that with the regular guns, believe it or not. Ripley's, believe it. Oh, by the way, did you see that? They're coming out with the new Ripley's. I don't know the guy's name. He's hosted some game shows and whatnot. But I'm a little excited. I mean, I'm a little old school too, where when it doesn't have the original people in it, I'm kind of like, not the same. But that actually looked like it might be decent. I don't know. I was kind of excited. I remember, and I'm sure they have them all over the place. But we vacationed down in the Ozarks in Missouri quite a while back. And they have one of those Ripley's, believe it or not, places there that, of course, they're there to... It's like a wax museum and stuff like that in it. Because I remember growing up as a kid, I'd watch the crap out of that. It was always so fascinating to watch some of the really weird stuff they would come up with on that. People would do. So that's kind of cool. I don't remember what channel it was on. I seen it on cable. As long as it wasn't another one of those attempts from one of the channels to go, oh, well, you only need to pay for our movie app. Everybody trying to hop on that train. I've almost gotten to the point that I want to dump Netflix. Since I've gotten Netflix, now granted I've had it for a while, and granted it is a good service, and granted it's not that expensive, but their rates have gone up and up and up and up and up, and it's getting insane. So I do have Amazon Prime, but they also are screwy about it. Amazon Prime Video. Because yeah, they give you a bunch of free movies. They give you a bunch of free movies that nobody really wants to watch, and then they want to charge you for the rest. So you're not really giving me anything. Hulu I have not been on in many years. Maybe you guys know whether or not Hulu's any good. If you have any good stuff on there or not. I mean, my wife works for Spectrum, previously Charter. So I get really good deals on demand, and I pay almost nothing for internet. So, I don't know. I don't know. Of course it's on the other side. About another 15, 20 minutes or so, and like I said, we're gonna go find some food. Fill our bellies. I'm gonna check out bitrate and frame rate real quick. Let's see if we can get that more mobile friendly for you guys. I'm not good at watching movies and TV shows. Maybe I should work on that. I mean, it depends. My wife, she doesn't care a lot for movies. I'm a movie junkie. I have a whole library of Blu-rays. I love my movies. I like the stories. You know, I just like to fall into them, and I binge on them if they're series. I can't stand watching them on TV. Like, I rarely ever watch TV. My wife, she'll watch the crap out of cop shows. That's like her thing. And the reason I can't stand it, I can't stand all the commercials. The amount of commercials in television now is so stupid. It's like, I don't even think you get as much TV show as commercials now. I know I'm showing my age a bit, but I remember when cable first came out. And you paid for cable, you didn't get commercials. That's what you were paying for. Now, it's ridiculous. The amount of commercials. And that's why I hate watching TV, and most of what I watch is on demand or I DVR it and fast forward it, or I Netflix it. Not very often have I found anything on Amazon Prime that I wanted to watch. I just got hung up on that thing. I don't know. For me, in the video on Amazon, I've never seen it as being an asset. It was just an added feature that I've never really used. But yeah, I love me some movies. Some people prefer books. My wife, she reads every night before she goes to bed. I can't get through that much. I have read a couple books, a couple Tom Clancy books and whatnot. But it takes me a long time because I don't read too much and I'm out. Which is part of the point. But it makes it very difficult to get through a book. Of course that won't let me get to it. Carbon, which we don't need. And the series, like, when I first got Netflix, one of my favorite things to do was to find a series that had a season out that I thought looked interesting, and I would binge it. I'd watch pretty much the whole season in one setting or two settings. And then after a while, after a few years, I stopped doing that because I got left wanting a lot. Because a lot of those shows didn't make it past their first season, so they always left the story hanging wide open, of course, for what they thought would be the next season, and it never comes. So if it doesn't have at least 2, typically 3 to 4 seasons out already, I won't even watch it. I don't care how good it's supposed to be. I have made a few exceptions. Like The 100, I started watching it when it was only in its 2nd season, I think. Which, if you have not seen The 100, you should. You're missing it from your life. If you have Netflix, and I think it's still on there, I don't know. Highly recommend it. I'm a decently fast reader, but I get a horrible headache from reading books. I tend to do things to help out, but I haven't found a solution yet. And of course, I'm going to be Captain Obvious here. You've had your eyes checked, right? Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like a vision thing. Because I wear reading glasses. And the older I get, of course, the worse the damn things get. But for like typical driving and things, I don't need them. But if I wanted to read stuff and not squint and all that, I have to wear my reading glasses. I just canceled my Netflix after 3 years of not watching anything. Well, I understand that. I have their HD package. I don't know. It's like, I want to say it's almost up to $20 a month. But I think their regular SD package is like $9 a month or something like that. And if you're not a big freak on theatrics like I am, where I've got to watch them on my big screen. I've got to have my surround sound. It's so loud that everybody tells me to turn it down. That's how I like to watch my movies. The SD would be just fine. But I've had Netflix for a long time. And that's what I usually go to sleep to at night. Because I'm one of those people, my brain's always grinding. And if I don't get something to focus on, it's kind of like background noise. Man, I'll lay there forever. So I usually throw something on, and documentary or what have you, and I'm out. That was one of those optics machines when I bought sunglasses not too long ago. Optic machines. Like at a kiosk or something? That sort of... Like, when's the last time you actually went to an optometrist? Oh, it was at the eye doctor's office. Okay. Well, that sounds to me like that would be a fair enough assumption. Did you mention to them? I mean, do they know that you get these headaches reading? Was that why you went? Because, hey, I'm getting headaches reading. Do I need glasses? And they checked you out and they said, no, you're fine. Wow. That's a trip. Because I get what I used to get anyway before I got glasses for reading. Just right there was where my head would start hurting. It was right, almost like sinuses. But it's because of the muscles in your eyes straining, trying to keep focus on something that it just is having trouble doing. That's probably why I went, but to see things closer up than most people and further away in a lot of cases as well. Yeah, I can't. My close is gone now. I say gone. I mean, I still can do it if I have to, but comfortably I cannot. Far, no problem. I don't know. I guess I got lucky. I didn't need glasses until 3 or 4 years ago. And what I figure I'll do is I'll kind of wait until it just is absolutely driving me nuts, and then I'll go get LASIK. I'll go have LASIK done. They suggested I get glasses make my vision worse, but I don't understand how they do that. I haven't tested that. Well, what you could try, and something we done, like my wife, she also wears, well, she wears glasses all the time. But for reading things close up, you can go to like, don't go to Walmart. You can, but don't. Go to like Target or somewhere like that. And they'll have the glasses section. And I'm not an advocate of Walmart, apparently. Go to the glasses section and you'll see reading glasses. They're called reading glasses. They're already done. You just buy the things. They're really cheap. Get some. Even get the ones that are like half so you can regularly see over them. And just try reading with them. And it may strain your eyes for, don't overdo it, of course, but just try it for a bit and see if even doing that helps. I find that a European alternative, but I get what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, and it's just to see if maybe, maybe even though you can read fine, you're straining your eyes to do it. You know what I mean? And you just, not that you don't realize it, but it's just the way it's working. And if you try that and it relieves some of it, then perhaps that was the answer. And that may be a bit strong too, hard to say, because the ones you can just buy right in the sunglass section for like 10 or 15 bucks. They're essentially magnifying glasses that go on your eyes. They're pretty strong. Like I have a little difficulty close up, but when I have those on, if I get it any further than about like that from my face, it will give me a headache. Even with my vision in those glasses. So you just gotta kind of play with it and see where it lands and how it makes you feel. But they're not expensive. Just try anyway. Or if you have friends that have a decent prescription on glasses, you can always, you're hanging out with them or something, borrow them for a minute and try them out. There's another one right here. Oh, come on, it's right there. I see it. Can I borrow your glasses in a book, please? Well, why not? I mean, if I'm not talking about a total stranger, but a friend, you say, hey, I'm trying to sort out what's going on. Can I borrow your glasses real quick? I don't know why they wouldn't. That or you might need different friends. I don't know. Yeah, not just somebody on the street. That might be a little awkward. Ouch. What are we up to now? We've got to be at 100 at least. Or something like that. Is that the one I was looking for? It is not. This is right in front of me. There it is. 2. Well, I was really close for a total guess. Most of my friends who wear glasses are pretty much blind without them. I don't think they'd help me that much. Well, I mean, you don't know if you don't try, and if it's a friend's, it's not going to cost you anything. Throw them on for a second to see what happens. But yeah, your choice. But yeah, that sucks. For sure. If you enjoy reading. Again, I'm not a big reader. I started reading the Game of Thrones not long after it came out because I loved the storyline for it. And really enjoyed what I read, but I had a lot of problems sticking with it. Welcome back, Red Eye. Glad to have you back. We were just talking a little bit about reading and movies and things like that. Sitting here trying to finish up stocking up on this. I'm actually in probably the next 10 minutes or so, I need to bail out. I need to take care of the dogs. Need to eat something. I'm going to drop the quality. I'm going to do just a few minutes of research. I'm going to drop the quality of the stream down. And we're going to pop back up here in a little while. Try to make it more user-friendly for you guys on the mobiles. So if you're on a mobile or you have a mobile and you're going to be around a little later, hop on. Let me know what you think. See if it works better for you. Or if you're a person that wants to game and stream and you're having problems doing that with the rate that I'm doing it, hop back in and let me know how it works for you. Better, worse, or indifferent. But yeah, now that I know this machine can handle this, that I'm happy. So now we can push it back down, get it where we need it to be, and then one day, if I am so fortunate and I get transcoding options, I can do 1080 and then you guys can view 1080 at your own convenience or something a lot smaller. And I honestly don't. I guess it's just a matter of financials of why Twitch does it that way. Because a particular feature like that you think would hurt their ad revenue. Because that's what they make all their money on, is those ads they spam you with when you show up and during the VODs. And if people won't come and watch streams because they have difficulty doing it, it hurts their ad revenue. So to me, it just doesn't seem like a wise choice for ad revenue, regardless of what the particular streamer's stats are. I mean, one person viewing an ad is better than no person viewing an ad, right? But what do I know? They're a much bigger company than I've ever run, so. Or it may, like I said, it might just be a pure logistical thing. Because I can't imagine it's strategic. Oh, get off the rock. That's not there. To find, that is a bit annoying thing about this site, is you're always playing Where's Waldo with these things. It almost makes you want to go get a missile boat and just hover over it and shoot them all with missiles, because I think they have radius to them. Just fire them all off and go collect it. Because you can do that in Thargoid sites. You can take your ship and shoot all the what the hell do they even call them now? Shows you how many times I've been to one, but you know what I'm talking about. What is that? Or where is that? Pew pew, yeah. And I was mentioning earlier, if you guys didn't catch it, if you've been lurking, you can scroll up. If not, I can repost it. But for a limited time, I'm setting up the Discord community like most streamers do. And I put the link up there earlier. It's a 24-hour link. If you're interested in hopping in Discord and hanging out, joining or whatever. It also posts when I go live. And it's also easier access to me as far as giving me links or things like that. Because in Twitch, they don't care for that whole link thing. Unless you open yourself up to a lot of abuse. That was way up there. I must have drove right by it. Up. Thank you. Can you repost? Sure. If I can type. Sure. sure can. Get out of there. No, out of there. Thank you. Would those scan? I didn't actually try scanning the crystals themselves. Could try that. No, that is not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Nothing there I wanted. Of course, the data link's not going to do any good anyway. I thought this had... Doesn't this... I've never done a lot in the SRV, obviously. But doesn't this have... Yeah, composition scanner. It just wasn't bound. That's why. So we need... like that. I think... Will that work up here as well? Yeah. I think. Yep. Yeah, biological and geological discovery. So it is the shards. That's 50,000 credits. I'll buy that for $1. Sorry, hit a bunch of buttons joining and accidentally joined a voice channel push to talk for the win. Don't worry about it. As far as the live stream channel goes, it's locked anyway, but use it at your convenience. It doesn't bother me. It's Discord. It's free for me. It doesn't cost me anything. Actually, I think that invite sends you to that channel because it's not a full server. It's not a server link. It's a channel link in the server. But that's fine. So you're welcome to use it. There's not very many people in there right now. That's the first time, well, a little earlier, it's the first time I've ever publicly posted that link. So, but you're welcome to hang out there. It is still in beta. I'm still doing work on it, setting things up. But we're getting there. We're getting there with it. I don't know what the deal is with all the trucks on my road today. You know, I mentioned before, I live on a dead end. Oh gosh, it could have been because all of a sudden I was a voice channel. Yep. Yeah, that's what it was. It was to that channel. But again, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. Welcome to it. Welcome to use it. What did I do? Oh, that's what I did. And of course it's on the other side. Can I get more information out of that, or can you only really do that once? Oh, wow, that's an awkward angle. So that targeted and scanned with the same button, how does that work? No, it's just a one. That's so bizarre. How about I just do this? No, leave that off. Put that back to 2 and kill that one. There. I don't need data link right now anyway. I haven't checked the puppies in a while. I don't know. Are they even on the screen anymore? No, not really. They're both sleeping. Sort of. I can't tilt that cam down. It's just sitting on my desk for the moment. And that's why it's all over the place. I gotta mount it yet. We will. one thing at a time. The first thing I want to do is get this this bit rate. Now that I know that, and here we got locked out of my controls, so I'm gonna ram into this rock for a minute. Thank you. You done? Okay. Now that I know I can push this computer really hard, and it has yet to fail me, we'll drop that bit rate down, get you guys in a better experience from being able to come here on your mobile devices and whatnot, and make sure they're comfortable. We'll do that. I'm working on a bit more of my alerts and stuff that are acting a little crazy right now. The developers of those alerts know that. They're supposedly working on it. If they do not get it fixed soon, I will be changing all of those, which is sad, but get the stream cleaned up a little bit, get the scenes cleaned up a little bit, and then we will, hopefully by that time, we'll be an affiliate. We'll get us some emotes and things going on. Start doing more community-based stuff. Maybe get into some, like on our Tuesday variety stream day, we'll do some community games or some multiplayer games. I don't know. We'll kind of leave it to you guys too. Whatever you'd like to get into or see. It's more about the community to me than the game. I particularly stream Elite not just because I like it, because the community is so great, and it's definitely the type of community, if I was to build a community, I would want to have. And so it seemed like a great place to start to get that kind of community. And where did that just go? Back up. That's just on a very strange angle. I want to see how it goes. I like to hang. I like more of the sci-fi stuff personally. It's just my bag. That's my shtick. I also like. I don't know. I mean, yeah. It's hard to explain. I've never really tried to explain it. I don't mind mythology, things like that. Games that revolve around that. Or of the sorts, not necessarily in fact, if you know what I mean. And some of the kind of medieval stuff like that I can get into sometimes, depending on what it is. But I'm not always a big fan of mainstream games. And I think that's just me being a grumpy old man. And there's so many people that play them anyway. Again, I play them because I like the community that revolves around a lot of the smaller games. It's usually a more tight-knit community, and they have a tendency to help each other out, behave a little better because they're less of a face in the crowd and more identifiable. Where did that go? It's like completely black. But that's what I want to build here, is more of a community. Sounds like Mom's home. She just jumped up. Amy? But you guys are going to help me drive that, you know, and what it becomes. You know, I'm such a small fry right now and just getting started that the sky's the limit. I mean, there's nothing we can't change into as long as we all agree it's what we want. But it's about getting that community, building that community together, doing fun things together. Chit-chatting about it. What just happened? My radar is going crazy. Look at that hillside. But we're filling up on this fairly quick. I need to see where we're at now. You're wagging your tail like crazy. That's got to be Mom, but I don't hear her yet. I don't hear her yet. But the hard part about Elite, at least for me, is that a lot of the stuff that I need to do, yep, it's Mom, is this kind of stuff, and it's so boring to watch. Hang on, I'm gonna let them out so they can maul Mom. Holy cow. Hurt somebody. Out the door like a semi-truck. Hey, honey. Have a good day? Did you? Good. Thank you. We were just talking about what I'm doing for dinner. What are we doing for dinner? Do you know? Or have any ideas? Food. Okay, Captain Obvious. Any other ideas? Is there? There's nothing out, is there? Do what? Yeah. Yeah. I'm streaming. Don't say anything too offensive. What did you what do you want to eat?
I brought some mangoes for you.
Mangoes? From where? Nice. She's being my wife at the moment. She's misbehaving. About that one. Well, we're gonna wrap this up here in a few minutes for a little bit, so I can find something, get something to eat and whatnot, and I'm gonna start back up later. So I'll be out in a bit, and we'll talk about the day.
What to talk about?
Thank you. You freak. Hit it. That turret is useless. Not the turret, but the gun. Totally useless. She's crazy. Did we get everything, or did I just completely walk away from it? Or did everything like stop? I could have swore there was a lot more. I haven't really been paying a whole ton of attention. Did it all like time out or something? Like degrade? Because all of a sudden there's like nothing here. Whoa, Nelly. You don't think they can? I wouldn't think they would either, but I wasn't paying a ton of attention to the mini-map at that particular time, but I thought we still had a bunch of stuff left to harvest, and all of a sudden it's like completely, like there's nothing even on the radar. It's just all blank. All empty. Like, how much of that did we even get? I don't necessarily have to fill up completely. That was ruthenium, wasn't it? Yep. And we still got a little space too. Quite a bit of space. How far away? There's another biological. It's 225 kilometers though. That's a little bit of a hike. What time is it? Oh, it's been pretty much over. It's a little past 4. Dogs need to go out and all that. I think what I'm gonna do, I'll call the ship back. I'm gonna hop on the ship, and we're just gonna kind of stay here. And I'm gonna step out, and we're gonna make some dinner and stuff, and talk to the wife for a few. So she got home, and I'm gonna quickly research the bitrate thing with the frame rate. I'm gonna kind of see what might work the best in an optimal situation on all platforms, and we'll try restreaming at that. So the rest of you, if you're on a mobile device, or you like to game while you watch, whatever you do that most stresses your machine or equipment or your internet or whatever, come back and let me know how it works for you, if it's better, because right now we're at 1080 at 5000 kbps, 60 frames a second. So we're jamming data at you, and I'm sure it's rough if you've got mobile or something like that. So come back and let me know how it works. If you could, you could bump it up some, or no, it's still too much, or it looks fantastic. Let me go ahead and get my ship back down here. And that's not where I'm going to get it at. Let's see where it comes back from. Last time I just started heading that direction, it flew over my head and I had turned. Yep, I would have happened again. I'll be back after work and I get home. Yeah, and all. Oh, my length of streams right now, it's really dependent on you guys. if there's enough, if we're having enough interaction, enough stuff is going on and it's worth it, we'll keep going. Like today, I don't really have any particular plans, but if it starts falling dead, no one's really talking, nothing's really happening, you know, that statistically, that kind of stuff wrecks your stats too. When you're trying to kind of make things a little better on yourself. So you got to keep an eye on that too. We're doing great today, and I really appreciate you guys hanging out and lurking and chit-chatting. It makes a big difference, and I love talking to you guys. This is why I do it in the first place. So I'm glad you guys are hanging out. I do hope to see you back soon and often. There's a suggestion box below if you'd like to suggest something, whether it's a different game, different setup, different position, different colors, different volumes, whatever they are. Suggestion box down there. If you were here a minute ago when I posted that Discord link, you can always message me over in Discord, and I will see about that. I like hearing the feedback. This is as much about you guys as it is me. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here. It kind of works like that. So, yeah, I really appreciate it. I am on Twitter. I usually will announce if there's some weird stuff happening, or if I do a one-off, or sometimes I'll even, if I think I'm going to do something noteworthy that evening, I'll throw it out on Twitter. All my VODs go to YouTube if you're a YouTube fan. And if you're like me and you like to binge watch, I've put everything into playlists. Elite Dangerous, dog editing, or variety streams. Not a ton there, but there's some. If you're interested in that stuff, feel free to check it out. Feedback on that as well. Definitely appreciate it. But we back? Yep, we're back in it now. So yeah, we're just going to stay parked here. When we come back, we'll start here. But for the meantime, I'm going to go make some dinner, take care of the dogs. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and being great about it and supporting me. The new followers we got today, we're not too far from our 50 follower goal, which I'm almost dreading because of him sitting in my lap. That's going to be brutal. But thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks for playing. Stay beautiful, and we'll talk to you soon.